All right. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. During the declared emergency, Committee of Adjustment virtual public hearings are being conducted by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. These measures are necessary to comply with physical distancing requirements and in-person attendance limitations. My name is Isaac Tallwood and I'll be chairing the hearing. Panel member participating this afternoon via WebEx and can be seen and heard are Ms. Satarodi, Ms. Sankar, Mr. Bartolo, and Mr. Klassen. City staff are assisting us throughout the meeting, and with us here is Dan Antonacci, who is the Deputy Secretary Treasurer, is online, Simon, who is the Senior Planner, Adam Wells, and Amir Nissan. Participants who are registered in advance will be able to make their presentation to the committee using the said WebEx. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may do so by watching on YouTube. These participants will be connecting either by their computer, a phone, a tablet, app, or by telephone. All participants will automatically be muted upon entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. Only the committee members will be participating by video. Any registered speaker will be participating by audio only. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're called on to speak. For those waiting online to speak, please make sure you call with the same telephone number you originally registered with. Calling with a different number, you will not be able to speak on the item. For the land acknowledgement, we acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provision of the zoning bylaw, permission to extend or alter legal non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email because Committee of Adjustment and the TLAB will be sending their notifications by appeal and appeal updates by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto local appeal body known as TLAB, or in some limited circumstances, to the new tribunal called Ontario Lands Tribunal OLT. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. The hearing procedure will continue as follows. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant will proceed with their presentation if required. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter directly for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when the 5-minute mark is reached. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to the proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer an application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to receive a notice are informed of the decisions of the changes. Then individuals either in support or in opposition to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker at the end of their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has the chance to address only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussions, and this application will be taken to committee for a decision. Now, we don't have any Mr. Chief Planner, anything to close, any file to close, deferrals, nothing. Okay, so we go straight to the agenda, and we're calling on item number 23, which is 24 Sopi Crescent, application number 23. And for that we have Paresh Rupani. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you please repeat your names? Tell us your name and your address just for the records here.
Paresh Rupani, 24 Sopi Crescent, North York, Ontario, M4A 2X3.
Thank you. Yeah, we have one variance, TRCA, no objection, and we have nobody here to speak. Members, do we need a presentation? No? Okay, sir, we don't need any presentation. Do you want to say something before we move to committee for decision?
No, sir.
No? Okay, thank you. Members, any, can I have a motion, please? I have three hands. Okay, I think Mr. Klassen was the first one. Mr. Klassen, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is minor. This obviously meets all the four tests. I'd like to move to approve this application.
Thank you. Second? Mr. Tarodi, second. All in favor? Okay, sir, your application is approved. Unanimous.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Application number 24, which is 232 Snowden Avenue. Application number 24. And here we have Mr. Ali Shakiri. Are you there?
Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East. Good afternoon.
Perfect, thank you. We have a number of speakers. 1, 2, 3 more speakers to speak on this application. So please give us a 5-minute presentation before we hear them.
Sure, we are here asking for only 2 variances. One variance is the floor space index, and the second one is the wall height. We have seen the report from the planning. They are basically suggesting the reduction of the floor area from 0.75 to 0.68. By providing this graph, we wanted to demonstrate that if we make an architectural change of opening up above the living room and the dining room, and as you can see on the next slide, number B, by losing one bedroom on the second floor with its bathroom and the walk-in closet, that could be achieved. However, it is not going to affect the building mass at all. It just compromises the enjoyment of the owner who wants to live in this house from the house. And the building, the floor space index, which is the usable floor area of the house, is not the definitive measure definitive scale to measure the mass, because of the same rationale that I mentioned. So now, are we putting this house on the lot anywhere that is not designated by the bylaw? No. Are we asking for the building coverage or side yard or front yard or rear yard? No. So this building form that we're proposing is basically sitting where it's defined by the zoning bylaw and not encroaching those boundaries at all. If we go to the slide number C, which is the 3rd page, I want to speak about the wall height that we're asking. This is a portion of the bylaw 569/2013, the harmonized zoning bylaw. What it says, it's the section that we are asking for a variance. it basically says that with regards to the wall height, we either have to comply with A or B, and that A is if the 60% of the total width of the main wall and the front wall and the back wall are in compliance with the zoning bylaw, then that complies with the wall height. So basically, we don't need to go to the option B if we just comply with option A. If we look at the next slide, that is the front elevation. Let's move to the next slide. Okay, so by altering a small portion of the front and rear wall the way that I've shown, then the second variance is basically eliminated. Would it have too much of impact of the building mass? We don't believe it does. If we go to the next slide, and actually the next slide, number 8, I guess. Yeah, this is the option number 1, 2, 3. Now, option number 1 is the building as we have proposed. Option number 2 shows a minimal modification to the wall height that would go on the front and rear wall. Then the building becomes in compliance with regards to the wall height. Why we don't do that? Because we think option number 1 is a better articulation of the building mass, and it's more architecturally pleasing. I wanted to demonstrate on option number 3 that this building, the wall heights on the side walls can actually go as high as 10 meters, along with 40% of the wall height on the front and the rear walls. And this building is going to be still in compliance with the building height. The mass is going to be majorly more. Why we don't do that is because of the same reason I just said. It doesn't well articulate with the building mass that we're proposing on this lot. So the last few seconds, I wish to see the next slide. That's a comparison between the proposed and the walls that we can have as of right, which we are not basically doing. And I just want to reemphasize that what we did is basically to articulate a good building form, and that variance doesn't have too much of impact. If there is any question, I'd be more than glad to answer.
Okay. Mr. Shakiri, you mentioned variance number 1. The staff is asking to change it from 0.75 to 0.68, but I didn't hear you mention number 2, which was from 844 to 8. What happened to that one?
Well, the same rationale here is that obviously we wish this panel to make a decision. Whatever decision that you make is acceptable, and we respect that. We just wish to keep that variance because of the reasons that I said. I think that modification is not going to be resulting in a pleasing building mass, and we don't wish to do that. However, if the panel decides to take the advice from the planning, we completely respect that and we accept it.
Okay, thank you. So you answered the question. You're not changing that one. Okay, let's hear the speakers, the other speakers, and we'll be back to you. So here we have Scott Stevens. Are you there?
I'm here. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Could you please state your name and address for us?
Scott Stevens. My address is 46 Gulfdale Road in Toronto.
Thank you. And tell us what's your concern about this application.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate it. I'm president of the Teddington Park Residents Association, and I want to point out to you the considerable number of letters of objection on the project. There are 11, including one from the CPRA and one from Jay Robinson's office.
I got
so
that.
The letter of the extent of the letters of objection would suggest that this is not a minor variance, but rather a major one. And the TPRA's most significant concern is the extent to which this is not in compliance with section 451 of the official plan or the neighborhood section. And I'll just go through that and I'll demonstrate how it is not in conformity to the official plan. The bylaw permits a building height of 7.5 meters. The proposed side wall height or main building wall height is 8.44 meters. So it exceeds it by 3 feet 1 inch. The zoning area is F9 0.35 FSI. The proposed density is 0.75, which is more than double the 3.5 benchmark density. So this amount exceeds the prevailing and most frequent density characteristic of the site's immediate context. And with respect to the 4 tests, the proposal does not maintain the intent and purpose of the official plan, which requires that development respect and reinforce the existing physical character of buildings and streetscapes. The development in established neighborhoods is to respect and reinforce neighborhoods' existing physical character, including in particular prevailing heights, massing, scale, density, and dwelling type of nearby residences. And I've got 2 photos to show you how that looks. The proposal doesn't maintain the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. The building is too big for the neighborhood, referring to the FSI at 0.75. The building's massing is too tall to the excessive main wall height. Should the application be considered minor? The extent of the proposed density results in a large box form building that excludes opportunities to refine its scale and massing to suit adjacent conditions. And the last test is the variance considered desirable. Approving the proposed density would encourage further undesirable development initiatives within the immediate context. The building's excessive main wall will spoil the continuity of the building massings that collectively form the character of the streetscape. And I've got the photographs of the existing buildings on these sites and then the proposed new one. May I show those? Is that okay if I show those, you guys?
Residents cannot share their screen. All content that needs to be shared must be submitted to community staff.
Okay, so I may not show it. Okay, well, the point that I'll make is that if you've been to the site, you'll notice that we've got 2 structures that reflect the existing character of Snowden. And now if you'll take a look at the image that the applicant has made of the front view of his house, it's a 3-story structure, clearly with a basement not very far into the ground, exceeds the height that it's supposed to, and has got a mansard roof and highly fenestrated with square windows. It's in huge contrast to the look and the character of the existing structure form on the street. So that's the basis of the objection of the TPRA, and we think that the application should be rejected.
Thank you. Any question for this speaker? Okay, so we'll go to the next one with Richard Levin and Karen Smith. Any one of those are present? Richard.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yeah,
Can you
hi.
hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi.
Could you please state your name and address?
I'm Richard Levine. I live at 230 Snowden Avenue, M4N 2B3. I live just west of 232 Snowden.
Thank you. So you heard what the application is about, and you heard the ratepayers representative who spoke against it. Do you have anything else to add?
Yes, before I express how these variances will impact my enjoyment, I'd like to say that the process has been less than ideal, and I understand that it is the task of the Committee of Adjustment to see that the proceedings are fair and open. I became aware of the proposal 13 days ago when the public hearing notice arrived in the mail at my door. I was readily available for consultation prior to that. I live just next door. The documents which were relevant were made available to me only at the last moment. An example would be the arborist report. I asked about it to my neighbor 13 days ago. He sent me an email that said it was unavailable. I hired an arborist for $700 in order to come. 6 days later, an arborist report appeared on the Toronto development applications from an inspector of the property that was done on June the 22nd, 4 months prior to the asking. Supporting documents were posted online on October 29th for me to read. That is the last minute that those documents can be added. They showed committee of adjustment proposals to other properties in the area, architectural drawings and amended photos. I would have 3 days of research to do that and present photos and add annotations. I'm not quite sure how it works. Finally, I was able to meet Mr. Age my neighbor Baradan, to discuss the plan 66 hours ago. If the task is making the hearing fair, I would think that the efforts to make sure that I be heard at the last minute, got to see documents at the last minute, had to pursue things on my own in order to find out information. I think that's effort put in to prevent me from participating, which is, I assume, opposite to what the task of the Committee of Adjustment is here to do. So I'd like to leave that behind and address the variance and the impact on my property. The floor space index is much higher than other houses on my block. This is going to be a very large building. It plans for the lot to be dug down from my current backyard. The new house is going to be dug down, and that will allow them to use the ground floor as a regular floor. And I presume that that was done so that that ground floor, which is a new third floor, wouldn't be included in the floor space index calculation. That combination of the high floor space index, the lot being dug down so that the bottom floor space isn't included, will absolutely have an impact on me living next door and on the local community. It doesn't meet the intent of the city zoning bylaws at all. It simply encourages the next builder to dig down deeper and to make the exterior wall height higher. I mentioned in my letter that one of the first things that impresses anyone when you come to the neighborhood is the green space in this neighborhood. We share that green space with Goffdale. This is going to be a large physical structure which will encroach importantly on that green space, which other houses in this neighborhood do not. This is not minor, it is not desirable, nor does it meet the general intent and purpose of the city zoning bylaws. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Yeah, you covered the problems with the two variances. As far as the rest of the comments you made about the notification and all that stuff, unfortunately, we don't have any control here. The city has certain requirements when they send it and how it's ref. We know nothing about it. So if you have any problem with with receiving those notifications, maybe the staff will have to you have to check with the staff. Here we deal with the variances, and we have two of them, and you did comment on them. We appreciate that, and see if the members have any question on that one. Members, any question to this speaker? No? Okay, so we have the next speaker is Monique Kamat. Are you there?
Mr. Chair, members, they are not present on the call at this time.
They are not. Okay, so we have just the two speakers that speak, and Mr. Ali Shakiri, could you please come back and address those concerns about what we heard now?
Indeed, if I can ask the Exhibit K of my support material be displayed, we have basically provided few samples of the houses in close proximity to this proposal. I cannot see my support material. Page K. Yeah, that's That's number 218 Snowden Avenue, only 50 meters away. If we look at the next page, that's 220, 40 meters away. Next page, 225, 40 meters again on the opposite side. Next page, 236. That's the immediate adjacent house on the east side. Next one. 240 to 25 meters away on the east side, and this is number 183. If we go back to number 236, which is page N, that is the adjacent house. So what we did on all these pages, there is a red dotted line that's showing the extent of the front wall, that the height that we are asking. I must add that we are not requesting a variance for the total overall building height. That's only the wall height, and the wall height is basically only 60% of the front wall is not in compliance. The rest is in compliance because of the graph that I've shown. So now, are these all of these houses that are very proximate to this? All of them have the same concept. They have a garage and 2 stories above it. They are the same type of roof, the same height of roof, maybe more. I do not have the measurement, but it's obvious to my eye that all of them are taller. Any comment with regards to that, the development, the proposed development being too tall or being out of character or out of a scale or 3-story? Based on the evidence that I provided, those are not valid comments. Regarding the trees, the owner hired a registered arborist, and that arborist has provided the tree studies. As you can see, we are not going to damage any of the trees, and this is and we accept the condition by the forestry department. And again, going back to the comment from Richard and Cairn regarding this not being appropriate, not meeting the 4 tests, this is quite similar to the other houses in the area. I have provided some comparables. You can see floor space index up to like 80% is granted in the area. We do not need that. We do not want to get that. I provided another evidence from a few streets above. There are like larger lots, majorly larger lots, almost 3 or 4 times bigger than this lot. And even those, some of those have been granted a floor space index that is equal or greater than this. What we're proposing here, I don't believe it's out of shape or out of character. We did our best efforts to put forward a proposal and that is in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, and we do hope that the panel agrees with us that this is an appropriate development. If there is any question, I'd be more than glad to answer.
Thank you. Members, any question? Any question to this speaker? No? Ms. Tarodi?
I don't have a question, but I want the agent to mention one more time if he changed the variance number 1. I listened to the explanation, but I would like him to confirm one more time.
Yeah, number 1.
Sure. If I can have the first page of the my support material be displayed, and I'm glad you answered that. I wish to emphasize on this matter. Any void area on the indoor space is going to be deducted from the calculation of the floor space index. In this case, and then we basically looked at the report that is issued by the staff. They're recommending 68%, which, as I mentioned, if the panel wishes to approve that, we respectfully accept. But we could actually empty that area as a void to the 2nd floor. And if we look at the next page, as a result of that, we are going to be losing one bedroom. This house, which is now proposed at 4 bedroom, is going to have 3 bedrooms only. And that is going to be reducing the floor space index from 0.75 down to 0.68, which is suggested by the planning. Is anyone going to benefit from that? I don't think so. I just know that the owner's quality of living is going to be compromised here as a result of losing that 1 bedroom. And again, we haven't encroached anywhere from outside of the boundaries that's defined by the zoning bylaw with regards to the coverage, building length, depth, setbacks, or anything like that. I hope that I answered your question.
Any other question? Members, any other question? No? Can I have a motion then?
Did the applicant change variance 1?
I
Oh,
said it originally.
Mr. Chair.
Shakiri, Mr. Shakiri, you changed the number 1 from 75 to 68. Is that correct?
No, sir, I don't voluntarily wish to do so. However, as I mentioned, if you wish to do so, we respectfully accept. I just wanted to have a chance to voice out my opinion and my rationale about
Okay.
why. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, because originally in your opening statement, you said 1 and I said number 2, you haven't changed it. Okay. All right. So in other words, you haven't changed anything and you're waiting for us to make the decision. Okay. So can I have a motion, please? Or if you have any other question? Mr. Klassen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'll propose a motion here. Certainly, it was good to have the presentations and to hear the comments from the residents. I'm going to go with the recommendations that were proposed by staff. So to reduce variance number 1 to 0.68 and to reduce variance 2 to 8 meters, and also to make it applicable to the urban forestry memo.
Very good. Okay. So the motion is to go with the number 1 with a change, number 2 with a change, and forestry. Do you have a second? Can I have a second, please? Ms. Satarodi seconding. All in favor? Opposed? 2 and 2. Okay, I have here I know we have here a lot of opposition, and we have also the letter from the councillor. I don't know if they looked at these changes here, but based on these ones, okay, so in that case, I will not vote for the motion, and I need, if we have any other motion. Can I have another motion, Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. You know, upon hearing the explanation, when you look at it on paper and hearing, you know, from the debutantes, which you do take seriously, you know, it looks, you know, quite difficult to make a decision on it. But I think given the explanations provided by the agent here today, I feel satisfied with how this dwelling would be constructed and the easement of not having to do anything extra that would take up more space, whether it's height and depth and setbacks, etc. So for that reason, I will put forward a motion to approve this application, make it subject to forestry. That's my motion.
Do I have a second? Mr. Bartolo, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, still two opposing. Okay. Here again, I was thinking the opposite. When this was made, I moved for the motion, not approved the motion before, because I thought they're going to be like a refusal. Now that this is accepted as is, I think based on the comments we're receiving, and based on the staff report, and based on the recommendations, I will not vote for that one, and I need another motion or back to the first one. So can I have a motion, Mr. Klassen?
Okay, Mr. Chair, we'll try this again, then
Okay.
perhaps a compromise somewhere. So I will move to approve this application, but to approve approve variance 1, but to change variance 2 to 8 meters and make it subject to urban forestry.
And the first one, you leave it as is or 0.68?
Yes. No, it will be kept as is.
As is.
So,
okay.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, do you have second? Mr. Bartolo seconding, all in favor? Okay, opposed? Mr. Tarodi opposing. So he was approved. So sir, your application is approved, subject to forestry and subject to the change of the number 2 to 844 to 800.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Application number 25, which is 48 Tallwood Drive, application number 25. And here we have Ali Tanha. He's the agent, or he's the agent. Ali Tanha, are you there?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Okay, can you please repeat your name and address for us?
Yes, Ali Tana from Ali Design Inc., 59 Withburn Crescent, East York.
Thank you. And we have here another speaker. These are 5 variances. Transportation has no objection. 1 letter of concern. So, Mr. Moderator, is Ruth Graham here around? Ruth Graham, is she?
Yes, the area resident is present on the call.
Present. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Tana, we have another speaker. So, could you please give us a short presentation as to the merit of your application?
Yes, if the staff would please put, yeah, perfect. I'm going to start with a general background of this one. The proposed home is on a pie ship lot as seen on the site plan. And we have oriented the house, the new proposed home, in a way to create a better transition between the 2 immediate neighbors, and also have a better view from the street towards the new proposed home. In general, we are improving the 4 feet side variances for this project, both from the existing home and from the requirement of the bylaw. And with all that, if I move to variance number 1 and 2 that are kind of interrelated, we have a variance for front yard setback. However, we are improving the existing front setback from the existing home by around 1.5 foot, which will in general improve the looks and the character for this home, the new home, and the street, in our opinion. Also, I would like to mention that the other variance that is regarding the front porch is also tied to the front setback. So if considering we're improving the front setback from the existing home, the front porch obviously comes with where we locate the front main wall of the home. In terms of the size, as illustrated on the first page that I have presented, if the staff can put that back on, we have an aerial view, bottom left corner of that page, that illustrates how this house, the new proposed home, will compare to the existing footprints of the neighboring homes. And as it can be clearly seen, the proposed home is well within the average footprint of the neighborhood, although we have the variance and asking for 2.4% extra coverage on this home. The other thing was the general height based on the old bylaw. If we can go to page 2. Yes, as we're showing, there is a slight slope from the street towards this, where this house is going to sit on the property. Therefore, we have a difference between the center line of the street and the established grade, where 2 different bylaws are referring to height and defining the height. We don't have any, we're not asking for any extra height based on the new bylaw. We are well below what the bylaw allows. And the only variance is based on the old bylaw, and the difference between the established grade and center line of the street, where the height is defined, is around 0.84 meters, while we are asking for extra 0.47 meters just for the overall height, while we are maintaining the requirements of the new bylaw. The proposed main wall height is 718, which is well below 7.5 meters allowed by the new bylaw. There is another thing that might be a little bit more complex, which is the circular driveway we are proposing for this home. As transportation mentions, although the house is located in an area that frontage of 12 meters is required, however, the actual frontage of the lot is over 27 meters. And that categorizes this lot and gives the characteristics that, based on the guideline, can qualify for a circular driveway. And in fact, each entrance to the driveway could be much wider than what we are proposing. We are keeping the each entrance of the driveway narrower and also far from each other to improve the general looks and maintain the greenery visible from the street, and not to have a wide and characterless driveway. As shown on with red is the proposed new driveway, and yellow is actually showing the existing driveway. So we are in fact also improving the distance from the proposed driveway to the neighboring property, which kind of improves the privacy for the neighbor as well. Also, in terms of the trees that I saw, there was a concern. We are keeping the mature tree. There's a big mature tree in front of the house that we are keeping, and we're trying. We have designed the driveway in a way to maintain and keep that tree. And we have a nice view from the street in general for the house, for the driveway, and for the neighborhood. I have read the letter from the neighbor at 52 and they're concerned. To me, part of that, and I have reached out to them. I didn't have that much time when I received the letter, but I have reached out with some information, explanation, and illustration. Hopefully, I don't know whether or not that would satisfy them, but at least I hope that would give a little bit comfort to them that we care about the neighbors and neighborhood, and also we try to consider while designing this new proposal.
Okay,
Thank
thank you. Yeah, thank you. You passed your time here. So yeah, I
Sorry.
saw all your explanation. You haven't changed anything in the variances, is that correct?
Correct.
You haven't changed anything. Okay, we have one more speaker here. We'll see what they have to say. Ruth Graham, are you here? Ruth Graham.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can you please state your name and address for the records here?
Hello?
Yeah, tell us.
Can you unmute me?
We hear you.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I really had more of a comment.
Yeah, before,
and it was
excuse me, before the comment, could you please repeat your name and address because we need it for the records here to be announced.
Okay, I'm sorry. My name is Ruth Graham and I live at 49 Tallwood Drive.
Thank you. So tell us what's your concern.
My comment is about the driveway that was being discussed. My understanding is that we were stopping this paving the front yard and circular driveways in particular. So I guess I was surprised to see it. And yes, they do have a wide frontage on that lot, but I don't know if that means we should pave it all. And, you know, it's a fairly significant variance that they're requesting from 5.7 meters wide to almost 9 meters wide. So that was my comment.
Okay.
We have a lot of water that runs around. We need the green space to absorb some of that.
Okay. So members, any question for this speaker? We'll have the agent respond to that. Okay. All right, Mr. Ali Tana, could you please respond to that concern about the driveway?
Yes. In terms of the circular driveway, I think there are two items or two factors that we should consider. One is the width of the driveway that based on the bylaw is a variance for us. However, if we consider the width of the lot, it wouldn't be a matter relative to the width. There is the other factor that was mentioned, which is the soft landscaping, that wood or permeable landscaping. That is what I believe the neighbor is concerned about. This design and the proposed driveway design provides more than 60% soft landscaping that the bylaw is requiring us to have. And although it looks we have a big driveway, on the other hand, we are well beyond the soft landscaping required to gather the water within the property and not to overload the street with the water caused by this design.
Okay.
And that the fact that we don't have a variance for front yard landscaping is showing that. Yeah.
Okay. Any question? Mr. Klassen?
Yes, it's just a question about the driveway.
Mm-hmm.
So what is permitted is a width of 5.7 7.8. What's being requested is 8.94. I'm just, perhaps the applicant, he could comment on that?
Yes, actually, the numbers are not actually representing the reality well. As you see, the driveways are narrower when they get to the street, and they get wider as you get closer to the house based on the nature of a circular driveway. If we had one driveway, we could go up to 6 meters for this width based on the bylaw. However, the bylaw even has the other category that if a frontage is required, the frontage of a house is more than 23, you could qualify for 9 meters of driveway width. We are way beyond that, 27 meters. And technically speaking, just based on the characteristic and shape of the lot, it could, a 9-meter frontage would be proportional to the width of the lot in terms of the looks. The 8.94 meter that is mentioned in the zoning notice is the combined driveway width when it gets closer to the house, and not the individual narrower parts in the front side. In general, I feel just based on the fact that we're designing a circular driveway, this proposed driveway in general is on the conservative side and narrower, while it could be wider. Each side could be wider based on even what the transportation is mentioning.
Any other question? If not, can I have a motion there, please? I have two hands here. I think Mr. Tarodi was first. Mr. Tarodi, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application, and also would like to tie it to the site plan, and also subjected to forestry.
Thank you. Second? Mr. Bartolo, second. All in favor? Thank you. Okay, sir, your application is unanimously approved, subject to forestry and subject to the site plan. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and the committee members.
Item number 26, which is 149 Withburn Crescent, application number 26. And here we have Marco Vieira. Marco Vieira, are you there?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I am here. It's Marco Vieira, 257 Dunraven Drive.
Perfect. Okay. Could you, just a second. We have here 26. We have 3 variances, 1 letter of support, and that's it. Members, do we need the presentation? No? Okay. Sir, we don't need the presentation. Do you want to add something before we move to a decision?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Members, can I have a motion, please? Ms. Sankar?
Through you, Mr. Chair, having read the application, I think I understand what this is about, and I do believe it meets the 4 tests. For that reason, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application without condition.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Klassen, seconding. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. Sir, your application is unanimously approved and there is no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Number 27, which is 4 Holly Avenue, application number 27. And here we have Parisa Amiri. Are you there?
Yes.
Could you please state your name and address for the records here?
This is Parisa Amiri, the architect and the agent on this application. I'm at 50 Woodville Avenue, East York, Ontario.
Thank you. So we have here two-story additions and detached garage and shed. We have 3 variances. Staff report eliminate variance number. Okay, so could you give us a presentation, please, and tell us what you're changing?
Yes, sure.
What you're changing in terms of the in terms of the changes that the staff is recommending, and we have a letter of the counselor who recommends to refuse the application. So please go ahead, give us a 5-minute presentation,
Yeah.
and tell us what's your
Sure.
what is the merit.
If I can have the site plan up, well, first of all, I want to have the site plan and then move forward to my presentation. And before starting, I'd like to mention that we removed the item number 2, the variance number 2, which belonged to the real soft landscaping. In fact, by removing the existing situation of the existing court in the backyard, we would be able to achieve the minimum requirement of the soft landscaping, and we removed that. We changed the drawings. We got the zoning review, and it's in the file. Also, we removed the item number 3 from existing 7 centimeter setback for the detached garage and the shed to 12 centimeter, and again that one has been changed, and the review has been changed as well. The house is a very small house, and it's located on a unique shape of the lot, which is the L-shaped lot. Has 2 access, one access from the Snowden Avenue, and the other, which is the carport, and the other one has the access from the Hoyle Avenue, which is the pedestrian access. The house is already very small, and it's only 950 square feet in 2-story. We visited the site, and well, the client of mine who bought this property, she wants to live in it, and the house was very small for her. She decided to do the renovation and some addition, but because of the nature of the existing of the building, we decided to just extend the above grade living space, and don't dig the basement, and do not have any basement living space. Just keep the basement as it is. If we can have the section, which is section AA, which is page A10. Can we have that one? Is it? Excuse me, I cannot see the page 10.
It's on its way. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. And meanwhile, I'm going to continue. We are not approaching and encroaching to any setback, and we don't have land problem. This is the setback this is the section that I wanted to show you, that it's only above the grade. We are not disturbing the basement, and we just wanted to be respectful to the neighborhood, and just keep the minimum changes that we could. Yet provide some living space for my client, and upstairs is going to be only 3 bedroom with 2 washrooms. This is belong to the FSI 80% that we are asking, and I don't think it's going to be out of character for the neighborhood. In fact, the 598 Snowden Avenue recently got approved for 81% in that neighborhood as well. And going to my supporting material, I want to show the existing situation of the carport on page figure 3, please. I'm supporting figure 3. Yes, this is the existing situation of the carport, and we can move forward. I'm showing 538 Sudan Avenue, 6 Hoyle Avenue, 4 Hoyle Avenue, 2 Hoyle Avenue, and the fact that that detached garage, if we go to the other, yeah, this is 4 Hoyle Avenue and the existing situation. Right now, the carport has 7 centimeter, carport and the shed has 7 centimeter setback from the property line, and 538 Sudan Avenue only has 23 centimeter from the sideline. And 2 Hoyle Avenue detached garage, which is this one, doesn't have like, it's only barely 5 centimeters setback from our property line and their property line. This is the existing situation of the house. And the house is located between 6 Hoyle Avenue and 2 Hoyle Avenue. The 6 Hoyle Avenue, which
Okay,
was,
I ask you to summarize. You passed your 5 minutes, and we'll have some questions.
yeah. In summary, I want to explain. I want to say, because this is the existing situation of the existing shed and garage, and even we are improving the canopy that we are improving the setback for the canopy that we are proposing. It should be very fair to my client. Also, 81% considering there is no basement to this house. Still, it's not a huge house, and it's going to be very fit to the neighborhood, considering all those big houses in the neighborhood. I understand we had some letters and the councilor letter, but honestly, this is not a huge house, and it's not going to be a huge house. And in fact, we are improving the setback for the shed and the carport. And this is some sort of existing situation.
All right,
Thank
we
you.
may have some questions for you now. Yeah, I guess I didn't follow. You spoke a little bit too fast. The staff report said that you agreed to remove variance number 2 and reduce number 3, and I don't know if I heard you saying that. Are you? Did you say you?
Yes.
So
yes, at the beginning of my explanation, I said that we already changed the drawing and we received the zoning review, and it's in the supportive material submitted on October 19th.
Okay, all right. So number two you're removing, and number 3 changed from 0.07 to 0.12.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So we'll hear the other speakers and we'll be back to you, okay? We have here Heather Broughton. Are you there?
Mr. Chair and members,
Yeah.
Heather is not on the call.
Okay, how about Josic, Zelko Josic?
They are present, yes.
Okay, Zeljiko Josic, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. My name is Zelko Josic. I'm a resident of 2 Hoyle Avenue, M4S2X6.
Thank you. So
and I'm here together.
Please tell us what's your
Go
concern.
ahead.
Yeah, tell us what's your concern with this application.
Yeah, but first of all, just to make a few comments regarding the new neighbor. Since March until October, there were no introduction whatsoever. Property was completely neglected. There was a garbage, and also some people coming in and out, taking the material, dropping the garbage, and all that stuff, which really, it's not good for a neighborhood and community in general. Also, we have to put in perspective size of the lot, which is, I do have a concern because my lot is a 90 feet depth, and neighboring north side lot, which is a 4 Hoyle Avenue, it's just 9 feet longer than ours, but regardless, it states here that it's 116.75 feet depth, which affects the whole calculation. But beside the point, as agent says previously, this is a very small house, and that's a house that is appropriate for the size of the lot. We cannot look one without another. And increase of 80.81 of the floor size, it will almost completely dedicate the L-shaped lot which surrounding my property with the buildings on it. Means there is a huge concern about overflow of the water because space in between two houses is sloped toward the west. That means toward the backyard. And also, if shared together with the carport is extended to the amount that is proposed over here, will completely overflow with the rainfall or snowfall. It will not be able to, the gutters will not be able to accept that water flow. That means water will have no place other to go but to our property, which is a huge concern to us. That means having that in mind, that the variants are not minor to very major. There is no change to the basement, but we have to mention that there is an planning to extend the depth of the existing basement of 2 feet, which is not a part of these variances, but that's a contract that is going on. And also, this is not 2-story building; it's 1 3/4. That means there is a major construction in roof. Roof has to be taken off and extended. That means it's a huge project that is going on. But nevertheless, 2 variance is not a minor; it's a major because it's almost doubling the size, and remaining space on the back of the backyard is going to be very small, which is only 6 meters in depth. Also, that means this is not desirable. This is not in line with neighborhood and community look. Again, I want to make sure that everybody understands that proposed size of the house of 1,800 square feet is not a huge building, but it's a huge building for desired lot, which is only 100 feet in depth and 20 feet in width. That means the building as it is, as proposed with the variance, is going to occupy most of it, which is not desirable and appropriate for a lot size.
Thank you.
And if we can see, there is also my wife. She submitted a letter which showed the picture of how we look from our backyard with that wall extended Soldin Josie, because she submitted a letter of object. If you can see that picture, please.
That's it?
Just a picture. Yeah, this is how it looks right now. And the next page, it shows how it's going to look once when building is built. It means it's completely going to cover the property north of us, and you have to put that in perspective.
And the space between our properties is very narrow, so technically we will be staring like a gym wall beside us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, the chairman and the committee, and please take this into consideration.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if there's any question for this speaker. If not, we'll get back the agent. Parisa Amiri, can you come back, please, to address these concerns?
Yes, I'm at the call. If we can please have the figure number 4 and 3, and then 4, and then 4, figure number 3.
Excuse me, what are you saying? Yeah, he says he
I'm asking to have the figure number 3 on the screen.
Oh, okay. There's no number on it, huh?
Yeah, there is like under the In my supporting material, it's figure 3, existing situation compared to
Can
neighbor
you
from Sudan Avenue.
please continue to explain it while he's looking for the
Yeah, I'm trying to say that the existing situation of the carport and comparing to the two neighbors, 2 Hoyle Avenue and 538 Sudan Avenue is already there, and the existing situation is not desirable at all. It's not fair they ask my client just to remove it because it's already there and she bought it and she wants to live in it, she wants to use it. And he mentioned the neighbor didn't knock his door, but it was COVID while she bought the property. Of course, she didn't bother any neighbor to knock to the property and go there. So we are proposing to the permeable driveway instead of asphalt, and extending only the roof overhang of this existing carport, which is already existing from the side of the neighbor of 2 Hoyle Avenue, and we are improving the setback from neighbor 538 Sudan Avenue, and his building is already very close to the driveway, to the lot line. And the figure that they showed on the screen, when we want to build it, it's going to be all blocked from their view. I want to go to the next, to figure number 9, and I want to show the existing situation of the backyard. We are already, if we don't extend, we are already seeing that the huge structure of 6 Hoyle Avenue. We are going to continue to the length of the existing of like the neighbor, and the 2 Hoyle Avenue is at the corner, so they have the opportunity to look at the street. If the 2 Hoyle Avenue decide to extend at any point, 4 Hoyle Avenue just stays there. And then next stay in the figure number 13 shows the view from the west, from the backyard, from the house to the backyard, which my client is looking at 538 Sudan Avenue. So she's blocked with 2 Hoyle Avenue garage, detached garage, 538 Sudan Avenue from the west side, which is from the backyard, and from the north side is 6 Hoyle Avenue. But this is the existing situation of the lot. We cannot say because of this we are not letting they build. And considering the 81% lot FSI, honestly, for that neighborhood, when I did some research in the neighborhood, is very within the range of all the other approval. The lot size is 207.50 square meter, and the total house is going to be 1,880 square feet, which is 168 square meter, with 3 bedrooms upstairs and 2 washrooms, no basement. So, and we are working with the grade to improve it. I don't think it's going to be inappropriate for this lot, considering we don't have any other variances except FSI for the house. Means we don't have depth, length, side setback, and height variance. In fact, for the height, we are way shorter than the bylaw requirement. And I'm happy to answer if there is any question.
Thank you. Members, any question?
No.
No? Can I have a motion then, please? I'm sorry. You have 2 here. Can I have a hand again? Who wants to make a motion? Mr. Bartolo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And having heard all the evidence and seen the site, I'm inclined to agree with the applicant. There, I don't believe the FSI is not in keeping with the neighborhood, and there's no large variances for length or height or anything of that nature, and they are slightly improving some of the setback issues. So I'm going to put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the following revisions: that variance number 2 be removed, and variance number 3, the proposed rear yard setback for the rear shed and carport, be changed to 0.12 meters.
Thank you. Second? Mr. Klassen, second. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Your application is unanimously approved, subject to those conditions, okay? Application number 28, right? Application number 28, which is 22 St. Cuthbert Road, application number 28. Mr. Saba Al-Matno.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Saba Al-Matno.
I hope I pronounced it okay. And could you please tell us your address?
Sure. It's QBS Architects, 1670 Bayview Avenue, Suite 401, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay.
I am the architect and agent.
Thank you. Just 1 second, please. Is Edward Hiller online?
Mr. Chair, members, Edward is not present on the call.
Okay, so we don't have any other speaker except the agent here. And members, we have here, in addition, 2 variances, 1 letter of support. Do we need we don't need any presentation. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Matno, we don't need any presentation. Do you want to say anything before we move to a decision?
No, thank you. I believe we have 2 minor variances.
Okay, thank you. So can I have a motion? Ms. Atarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. This application is indeed minor, and I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application as is.
Thank you. Second? Mr. Bartolo, all in favor? Okay, thanks. Your application is approved and there's no conditions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item number 29, which is 192 Parkview Avenue, application number 29. And here we have the agent, who is Ali Shakiri. Mr. Shakiri.
Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East. Good afternoon.
Thank you. So, yeah, so you know the drill. You said it automatically, yeah? Yeah, okay. So we have here 29, 6 variances, staff report, modify, sub-letters. Okay. We have 1, 2. We got 2 more speakers. And here we have the staff report recommending some variances. So could you please make your presentation and cover any change you would like to make?
We don't wish to make a change, and again, I wish to leave it to the panel to decide. If we can have, yes, that's Exhibit A, that's the existing survey of the property. That yellow shaded is the existing house. The blue shades are the existing adjacent neighbors. Both of them have 4 feet side yards. And if we go to the next page, we have done a very thorough study of that entire block. The yellow shade is the proposed house, number 192. We just went between Willowdale and the Longmore, that block. Obviously, this is the prevailing character of that entire neighborhood. The pink shades demonstrate the existing 4 foot side yards. either for the new dwellings in the area or for the existing ones. In some instances that are shown by blue color, it is less than 4 foot or 2 foot. That shows how in keeping we are with the rhythm of the houses when it comes to the side yards. If we go to the next pages after that, we have tried to capture the streetscape, and this is the first one actually adjacent to the commercial building at the corner of Willowdale. Almost there is no side yard. We couldn't measure it because of the very dense vegetation. And then next page, that shows the side yard between the number 196, 198. It's 4 feet and 2 feet. Next page. 4 feet and 4 feet between 198 and 200, so on and so forth. If you can just quickly show the other pages, if possible, that shows how's the character of the immediate neighborhood. And that is the one mentioned on the staff report. And we will respect your opinion here. We did our best to study the issue and make sure we are not setting a new precedent, and we stay in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. But obviously, we respect any decision on your side. I have no further comment. If there is any question, I'd be more than glad to answer. Thank you.
Okay, we'll hear from the other speakers, and we'll be back to you. Max, Meraz, and Laila Korhani.
Mr. Chair, both members of the household are present on the call. At this moment, I have unmuted Max, though.
Okay, so Mr. Max Berzaran, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so can you please state your name and address for the record here?
Name is Max, last name Mirzad, 188 Parkview Avenue. It's a next door neighbor to the 192.
Yeah, so please tell us what's your concern about this application.
Yeah, I totally support this application. The only concerns we had mostly by putting such a large building right next to door, it will block all our privacy, our sun, everything, whatever we have in the backyard where sitting area will be blocked, especially the depth of the building, which is they changing it from 17 meter to 17.98 meter. That's our most concern. But by that, we will be looking at the wall while you're sitting in our deck backyard. So right now there is an open area from my neighbor to the next neighbor, which is 196. It's all open area. So this gonna block our view and sun definitely, and also the privacy. And also by increasing the length of the building, there's a huge tree right in their backyard in 192. It's a beautiful old tree. By doing that, they may affect that tree. It's too close to it. They may have to cut it, piece of it. I don't know, but it may affect that tree as well. So this is mostly my comment is mostly for the privacy view and the sunblock. Very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, for the comment as far as the building, we'll have to have the the applicant answer. But as far as the trees, as you know, we don't deal with them here. There is the forestry that will deal with them. So let's see if the members have any question for the speaker. No? Okay. So the next speaker is Ching Wong. Are you there?
Mr. Chair, they are not present on the call.
They're not. Okay, so we have just one. Okay, Mr. Shakiri, could you please respond to that 188 Parkview?
If I may ask for the site plan that we're proposing be displayed. The house that we're proposing is very well sitting between the two adjacent homes. This Parkview is not one of those neighborhoods that the new buildings are being developed adjacent to small houses. Both of these buildings are very large buildings. Number 196 is actually benefits from a bigger lot, yet they have the same side yard variance that we are requesting here. As you can see, that minimal encroachment beyond the wall of the neighbor at number 188 is not going to be even on the angle of view of them. I think that is minor, and that would help my client to have more desired design. And if we can scroll the site plan down to see a little bit of the backyard, yes, a little bit more, please. Yeah, that's a tree that you can see over there. I think staff can point at it. That's far away from the building. We don't intend to remove them. We cannot actually remove them. And in any ways, the forestry has no recommendation on it. But any activity that is being done on this site is going to be under the review of the forestry, and those are protected trees, and we don't intend to remove them. Once again, I think we did our best not to create a new precedent, to stay with the character of the neighborhood, and these variances are very minor to our belief, and we do hope you feel the same way. Thank you.
Okay. The size of the lot, is that 15 meters?
Yes, sir, 15.24, which is exactly 50 foot.
Okay. Thank you. Members, any question? No? Can I have a motion? Mr. Klassen?
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all the comments from the applicant and from the neighbor. I think most of the discussion was on the setbacks of the side yards. So I'd like to approve this application, but make changes to variants 2 and 3 so that it changes to 1.5 meters for number 2 and also 1.5 meters in number 3. Thank you.
Thank you. There is no other condition. And
No.
Can I have a second, please? Second, Ms. Satarodi. All in favor? Opposed? Mr. Bartolo is opposing, and the application is approved, subject to those two changes, which is variance number 2 and 3 changed to 1.5 meters.
Thank you.
Number 30, which is 193 Woodworth Road, application number 30. And here we have Ron Safapour.
Mr. Chair and members, Ron is not present on the call at this moment. With that being said, I have been emailing him today, so he is around. Maybe we just stand this one down for a moment until Ron can sign in properly under his own name.
Okay.
Ron, if you're on the call, please log off and log back in under your proper name, so I'll be able to call upon you easier.
Okay, so we're going to come back to number 30. Now we'll go to item number 31. 31 is number 15, Syngrave application number 31. Here we have Nafise Zandiabadi, who's the agent. Are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, can you please state your name again and your address?
Nafisa Zangiabadi, 30 Apple Orchard Path, Thornhill, L3T3B6.
Thank you. We have one more speaker here, and therefore we need a small presentation unless is Michael is here.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the
Okay.
area resident is present on the call.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more speaker. Therefore, we need you to make a short presentation. We'll give you your 5 minutes and tell us what's the merit of your application.
Yes, this is an application to construct a new two-story dwelling, and we are asking for 4 variances in total. One of them is under the old bylaw, which is variance number 4 for the height, and it's more of a technical variance. Variance number 3 is for the area of the balcony, which we're asking for 16 meters instead of 4. Variance number 2 is for the front stairs, which is quite minor in nature and it doesn't trigger any landscaping variance. And also is the coverage variance number 1. We are just asking for a slight difference for 1.5% more than what is permitted. And that has been approved in the area. It's we have uploaded a few precedents of similar coverage. I don't know if the staff can put them up. Even though we're asking for coverage variance, there's no setback length or side yard setback, rear yard setback, or any variances like that. So we try to keep just remove the other variances and just keep that slight difference in the coverage.
That's it?
Yes.
Thank you. So we'll see the other person here. Michael Tinavano, are you here? Tinyanov? Michael Tinyanov. Mr. Tinyanov, Michael.
Mr. Chair and members, Michael is present on the call and he is unmuted. So if you'd like to speak, he can now.
Mr. Tinyanov, go ahead, please.
Oh, well, no, we're still working on this one here. Let's.
Okay, again, Mr. Michael Tinyanov, are you there?
Mr. Chair, maybe they had their chance and because Mike is unmuted and present on the call.
But he's not responding, yeah?
Correct.
Okay, and the other one, Ron Sapopoulos?
Let's avoid talking about Ron for now. Let's finish off item number 31 first before we go back to 30.
Yeah, he's not here. TNNO. You said he's on the line, right?
Michael is present on the call. He is unmuted, but he is not answering our request to speak.
Mr. Tinyanov, could you please respond if you hear this message? Okay, well, I guess we're just gonna go ahead. I'm sorry, we can't. If he can't, he can't. Miss Zandiabadi,
Yes.
we're gonna go to committee, see if they have any questions. This person who is registered is not responding. So members, any question to the agent? No? Okay, if there is no question, can I have a motion then? Miss Satarodi?
Yes. Through you, Mr. Chair, this is a very straightforward and it's minor in nature. So I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with no changes and no condition.
Yeah, there's nothing there. Thank you. Second? Mr. Bartolo seconding, all in favor? Thank you. Okay, your application is approved and there is no conditions.
Thank you.
Go back to number 30. Are they online or we can wait? Sorry? They're good? Yeah? Okay. Ron Safapur, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Welcome back.
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you please state your name and address for us?
My name is Ron Sapopur, 114 Site Boulevard. I'm designer, client, designer and agent of the client.
Okay.
I'm here.
So we have two more speakers here, and therefore we need you to make a short presentation as to the merit of your application, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. Our variances are not very aggressive. In terms of the new bylaw, we have only the coverage, which is less than 34%, 2.9% over the bylaw, and the side setback. The reason of the side setback is at the backyard, we have a sharp raising at the backyard, and we couldn't go to the maximum length or maximum depth of the house. And that's why we use the side setback. And the opponent of the house, 1.195 Woodworth, which is the opponent, they have already 1.5 meters the side setback. They got this variance in 2019 and approved by the committee. And the area is the same range of the side setback, and our property. The property is 50-foot lot, and 1.5 is very desired for this lot. And in terms of the old bylaw, because of the garage is underneath, we have to have a minor variance for the first floor and second floor. I'm here to see any question or concern.
Okay, we have 2 more residents to speak, and we'll see. Jingshayo Liu, are you there? Yeah, are you there? Okay, now you're cutting off. Could you please check your equipment there, see if you can help restoring it? You're okay?
Yes.
Okay, so please state your name and your address for us.
Yeah, my name is.
Again, we don't hear you. I think your equipment must have some problem. Could you check where you're talking to, if you're a phone or equipment or computer, and if you're far from it, please speak to the microphone and so we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Now I hear you. Yeah, is that Jingaru Liu?
Yeah, Liu. My name is Jing Chao Liu.
Okay, and your address, please.
193 Woodworth Road.
Thank you. So tell us what's your concern about the application you heard.
Can I take just yeah, I'm the owner.
Again, you're cutting off again. Yeah, he's the one. Giangavto, he's the one instead of her. It's him. I don't know.
Mr. Chair, we have an address listed for the current presenter as the same as the address for the property in question. Maybe we can confirm with the agent Ron that
it's an area residence, yeah.
Mr. Liu is actually not the property owner and in fact an area resident.
Yeah, he said 193. Mr. Safapur, Ron Safapur, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Could you tell us what this Mr. Liu, he's registered as 193 Woodsworth, which is the same address as the property. Is he the owner or what?
Yeah, he's the owner of the house. He's the owner of the house. He just attend to the hearing just for, have a view to watch the hearing. That's it.
Oh, he just want to watch. Okay. All right. Well, he's registered.
Yeah.
He's registered here as the resident. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we'll go to the next one, who's Tian Lin and Kiang Kwang.
Mr. Chair, the speaker is Tian Lin. Go ahead, Tian.
Tian Ling. Is Tian Ling around there?
Mr. Chair, they are present on the call and they are unmuted.
And they are muted. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. All right. One more minute. Tian Lin, are you there? Again, Tian Lin, do you hear us? Could you please come in? I don't know whether they hear it or what. Let me see what's going on in number 30. Okay, one more time. Tian Lin, are you there? Or Kiang Kang, are you there? All right. Well, it shows that they're there, right? But they're not responding.
It does show that they are there, but they are not responding. You are correct, Mr. Chair.
So, anyway, so let's go back to let's go back to Ron Safapur. Mr. Safapur, yeah. So it looks like 193, he's the owner, and 195 is not responding. So let's see what the members have to say. Any question for this gentleman? Ms. Tarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I want an explanation regarding the variance number 1, which is a lot coverage of 33.9% versus 30%.
Okay.
Yes, 3.9% over the zoning bylaw because of the owners' needs. Big family they have, they are living with their father-in-law, mother-in-law. Actually, they need more bedrooms, more spaces. That is the range of less than 34% in the area. Is a very, for example, number 162 Woodworth and 962 Donathan Drive, and there are all these neighborhoods at the range of 33.5, 6, 7, something like that, below 34%.
Okay. Any other question? So in that case, I need a motion, and you can do what you want in the motion. So do you want to make a motion, Mr. Tarodi? Or, okay.
I can, through you, Mr. Chair, I can put forward a motion to approve this application with one modification, and that's to variance number 1. The proposed lot coverage will be 32% of the lot area, and it doesn't have any other with no other condition.
No, there's no other
That's my
condition.
motion.
Okay, thank you. Second. I have 2 seconds. Ms. Sankar and Mr. Klassen. All in favor? So, Mr. Klassen is second. All in favor? Thank you. Okay. Your application is approved, subject to the change of one variance from 33.9 to 32%.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can we get a short break?
Absolutely. Okay.
Perfect.
We'll have a short recess and we'll be right back.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back into session and we're into item number 32, which is 141 Glen Cairn Avenue. Application number 32. And here we have Babak Haji Hastemini. Are you there?
Hello, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'm here.
Babak, yeah, go ahead, please. Could you please tell us your name and your address?
Yes, Mr. Chair, my name is Babak Kasemi from Arc Lab Studio. I'm here present with the owner of the property, Ms. Rajni Singhal. She wants to, she's gonna do the presentation, and I'll be here if you have any questions for me.
Oh, okay. We have here 1, 2, 3. We have 4 more residents to speak. Therefore, we need you to make a presentation. So she can have it or you have it. It doesn't matter. Whoever wants to do it, please go ahead. We'll give you your time and tell us what's the merit of this application.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, before I begin, sir, we have made significant revisions to the proposal that is on file. Would you and the committee kindly permit me to review those revisions before I make my presentation?
Okay, give us just 2 seconds. We'll take the application and tell us what revisions do you want to make. Okay, hold 1 second.
Sure, sir.
32. You can start to 32.
Oh.
Just a second, please.
Sure. I'm going to go over the list of revised variants.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Tell us, please, what you're making, and please be clear because they have to record every change. So tell us the variance number at what you're changing it to.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you. Variance 1 is changing to 10.6 meters height.
Thank you.
Variance 2 is changing to 19.61 length, 19.61 meters.
Okay.
Floor space index, variance number, and then therefore variance number 3 is also the same. Building depth is 19.61 meters.
Okay.
Variance number 4 changes to 0.598 or 0.60 times the lot area.
0.50, right?
Sorry, 0.598.
Oh, 518, okay.
598 from, so almost 0.6. So
Yeah.
from 0.65 to
0.598.
0.6
Okay.
effectively.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Next.
There is no change to variance 5.
Okay.
There is a change to variance 6. We have increased the west side yard setback to 1.22 meters.
Okay.
There is no change to variance 8.
Okay.
Variance number 9 is reduced to 10.93.
Very good. Okay. So just to tell you, you are very clear. We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So please go ahead, tell us the merit of it before we call other people.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and respected members of the committee. My name is Rajni Singhal, and along with my husband, we are the owners of the property at 141 Glen Cairn. We have 3 children. I am a frontline physician, and daily I look after some of the sickest COVID patients. My home is truly my refuge away from the work I do at the hospital. We designed our forever home based on careful review of our needs. Like many during this pandemic, we have had to spend more time living in our homes. We have worked closely with Mr. Babak Kasami, the architect of Arc Lab Studios. Back in June, I started consulting a broad range of neighbors to hear their concerns, and again in September and in October. City planning staff had no concerns with our October 14th submission. Still, we shared our plans with neighbors after that to hear their concerns. Since then, we have made significant reductions to our proposal, which you see today. As you've seen, these include changes to length, depth, height, FSI, and side yard setback. If staff could please put up page 1 of this same document. I believe you're on page 2. If we could please put up page 1. Thank you. We are proposing a 3-story house. However, our design looks and reads as a typical 2-story house with decorative dormers, with the 3rd story located in the attic. Next diagram, please. Of this, next page of the same, thank you. In terms of our FSI, there are many precedents in the immediate neighborhood. In red, we see the precedents with FSI over 65%, and we see 3 of them are on the same block as our property, which is highlighted in purple. Numerous other recent approvals in the immediate area are at FSIs of greater than 62% and greater than 52%. Our FSI measures 60% on the basis of a 3rd story. Looking at the first 2 floors, our FSI is only 54%. If staff could please put up the next diagram in this same document. As you can see on our site plan, the site plan highlights in red the areas in side yard setbacks and overall length that are the variances. We are proposing 1.2 meter side yard setbacks, which are significantly set back from each neighbor and are highly approved in the area. Our length is only 2.6 meters beyond the maximum permitted 1.7 meter. Permitted 17 meters. There is a 2 meter 1-story rear projection in addition to this, which is permitted per bylaw. Given that our property is very deep, 190 feet or 58 meters, these variances are minor, as you can see in red. Our proposed length still preserves a rear yard depth of over 30 meters and should create no adverse impact on rear yards of adjacent neighbors on the same block, all with similar property depths. The next diagram, please, shows the proposed height of our home in comparison to the maximum permitted 10 meters. Again, this variance is very minor in nature and should not have undue impact on any neighbors. To further minimize impact, we designed a very steep roof line and are not requesting a main height variance. Thus, there is no adverse impact of the 3rd story to neighbors. I think the committee will agree that the pictures tell a different story from numbers alone. To be sure that our proposal respects the intent of the city's zoning bylaws and planning direction, we consulted Mr. Martin Rendell, a senior land use planning agent, planning consultant and former commissioner of planning for East York. If staff could please go to Mr. Rendell's document, that's the other supporting document, and go to page 5, please. After a thoughtful analysis, Mr. Rendell concludes that this home meets the 4 tests for minor variances. If we could please, okay. He concludes, yeah, thank you. 2 other planning consultants we spoke with share this view. In Mr. Rendell's document on pages 6 and 7, if we could get those up, please, we see that a number of homes in the immediate area have building lengths, depths, heights, densities, and overall massing that are similar to and even higher than ours. Though some neighbors are indeed tendering objections, we feel we have been careful to ensure that our needs as a family result in a new home that respects and reinforces the intent of the zoning bylaws, and which fits the context and the evolving physical character of the neighborhood. City planning staff and planning consultants agree, and we respectfully hope the committee does as well. Thank you. So thank you. So this was from earlier. Mr. Rendell concludes that this proposal meets the 4 tests of a minor variance, and you can, and of course, as committee also knows, the minor test is not an arithmetic test of the difference between a bylaw standard and the proposed variance, but rather meets the test of whether the proposal causes undue adverse impact, which he concluded did not. And then if we can scroll down, please, page 6, the next page in this document. It's actually a 2-page document, but this page suffices. The first page of the table shows in the immediate area a number of recent proposals with heights exceeding ours, depth exceeding ours, and I'm sorry, sir?
Yeah, if you can
And FSI.
if you can summarize, please, because we're getting into
Oh,
the
yes, that's it. No, I had already concluded, sir. I just,
okay.
Yeah, thank
Please
you very much.
Please go ahead. That's it?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, the only question I have, are you sure you're not a planner? Because your presentation was very clear. You're not a planner, are you?
Thank you. No, but I have to say I really enjoyed this process. I'm a physician by nature. I'm very detail oriented and I love learning. So I really love this
Okay, thank
whole
you.
plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we have like 4 more speakers. We're going to hear them, see if they're around, and we'll be back to you. Michael Johnson, are you there?
Mr. Chair and members, Michael is not present on the call at this time.
Okay, next is Harold Smith.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Smith. Can you please state your name and address?
Yes, I'm Harold Smith. I live at 150 Hillhurst Boulevard. I'm a member of the board of the Lytton Park Residents Organization.
Okay, and
This
can
proposal fails.
and can you tell us
Any questions?
what? Yeah, can you tell us please what's your concern about this application?
I'm sorry, what did you
Well,
say? I just missed what
you're
you.
You're here for something. Tell us what's your concern about the
Yes.
application.
Yes, I am. The proposal fails the required 4-part test for minor variance applications. The city hasn't reviewed the applicant's latest last-minute revisions or confirmed the revised variance list. FSI reduction is mainly achieved by concealing more of the 3rd floor behind internal walls. This fails to address the house's excessive scale and massing. The proposal neither respects nor reinforces neighborhood physical character as per OP neighborhoods, section 4 policy 5, including prevailing heights, massing, scale, density of nearby residential properties, and prevailing patterns of rear and side yard setbacks and landscape open space. The height, massing, and scale yields a house exceeding the size of all existing dwellings on all 4 blocks of Glen Cairn between Yonge and Avenue Road. The 0.6 FSI exceeds the permitted 0.35 by 71%, and that of every minor variance application approved to date for comparable 50 by 190 foot lots in this area. Now that's significant because the average lot or predominant size of lots is around 134, 135 feet deep. And if this house were on a 135 foot deep lot, it would have an FSI of about 0.92. So that's significant. The majority of committee approved applications for comparable lots within this area have FSIs below 0.5. We're not talking about the outliers. We're talking about the average. The proposed house is over 2.5 times the size of the existing one. Its proposed 21.6 meter building length substantially exceeds the 17 meter bylaw maximum by 27%, and length of every committee adjustment approval on Glen Cairn between Yonge and Avenue Road. And it's 15 feet beyond the bylaw permitted length. The applicant's planner and the applicant state that building length is 19.6 meters, despite the revised plans showing it as 21.6. The proposed 10.6 meter height exceeds the bylaw and nearly every committee of adjustment approval on the block. With respect to prevailing patterns of rear and side yard setbacks and landscape open space, the 1.2 meter side yard setbacks disrespect the neighborhood's prevailing physical character of generously spaced houses, nor comply with the 1.5 meter minimum. For example, the existing side yard setbacks are 1.8 and 3 meters. The existing block of 37 properties includes only one house with a 2-car integral garage. This garage and double driveway are not a landscape open space characteristic of the neighborhood. The third floor, although part of the third floor adds FSI, we are concerned the house will be future-proofed to convert the entire third floor to living space, boosting FSI to at least 0.72. Concealing third floor living spaces is an ongoing issue within Lytton Park Residents Organization's catchment area. The proposed FSI length, side yard setbacks, double garage and driveway, and height do not respect and reinforce the existing physical character of the geographic neighborhood. These combined excessive variances produce an oversized structure, disrespecting the character and prevailing density, height, and scale of the block and neighborhood. Being the largest on the street will not respect the neighborhood character. The proposed variances are major, undesirable, and fail to respect the purpose and intent of the zoning bylaw and official plan. The Lisbon Park Residents Organization requests the committee refuse this application. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Let's see if there is any question. Any question for this speaker? No. So we'll get to the next one, who is Beth Lohnfeld or Colin McKenna.
Mr. Chair and members, Beth and Colin are not present on the call at this time.
Okay. Carol and Ken Pritzker, are you there? Pritzker, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you please state your name?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. Could you please state your name
Yes,
and address?
Yeah,
we hear you loud and clear. Could you please state your name and address?
Yes, we are Carol and Ken Pritzker at 139 Glen, Cairn, the adjacent property. I am a doctor too, and we live in a comfortable house at 0.36 FSI.
Okay, now we'll give you your.
Okay.
Yeah, excuse me. If you both are speaking, we don't hear you.
Mr. Chair, there's just feedback, so they must have the YouTube going at the same time as the actual meeting itself. So
yeah, you're right. You must have. Could you please control your equipment? You must have YouTube on, and that is does give us like a echoing. Could you please make sure you have no other equipment online except what you're talking to? Other equipment online except what you're talking to.
Can I talk?
Well, it's reflecting. I don't know what you got down there. Well, it's reflecting. I don't know what.
Ken, it sounds like you're using both WebEx and you might be watching on YouTube as well. If that's the case, please turn off the YouTube feed so we can just hear you on the WebEx only.
No other applications at the moment. Can you hear me?
Now I think.
Can you hear me?
I think we hear you now. Yeah. Could you please state your name and address? I think we hear you now. Yeah. Could you please state your name and address?
My name is Ken Pritzker at 139 Glen, Cairn.
Okay. Tell us what's your concern. Okay. Tell us what's your concern.
Thank you. There are 12 letters of objection submitted asking denial for this application. The 9 variances proposed together are major, not minor. This application pushes all boundaries, thereby disrespecting the bylaw. This building would be too big, too long, too wide for the local neighborhood, and fails by large measures the 4 tests for variance acceptance. Let me address the adverse impacts of the overscaled building, the plans which downplay the true huge size of this building, and the obligate need to preserve the very special large heritage trees threatened by the proposed variances. First, overscale. The oppressive bulk of this house, which would be the largest on Glen Cairn, will overwhelm and destroy the special warm character of the adjacent properties and degrade severely the pleasant, diverse local streetscape of our Glen Cairn block, the local neighborhood of between Rosewell and Heather. The applicant requests a build of 0.6 FSI. Most surrounding properties, including comparable lots, are 0.5 FSI or much less. 35 of the 37 homes on our block are less than 0.5 FSI. The other two are on much smaller lots. 2, the plans appear to understate severely this building's bulk. Specifically, only a small portion of the potentially livable third floor space is counted as the FSI. As has been said, if the FSI, if it was counted in the same way as all the other buildings' third floors, would be 0.72. By graying out the relationship of the adjacent houses at 139 and 145 Glen Cairn, the survey obscures how close the new build will be and how much it will block the sunlight to these adjacent homes. The effect is aggravated by the aggressive front setback placed closer to the street than the main front of the adjacent houses. The survey fails totally to portray the large canopies of the threatened boundary trees. The proposed build at 21.6 meters, 5 meters more than permitted, will be the longest in the block and the largest in the block, devaluing the enjoyment of the backyard green open space for all residents on the south side and blocking light and garden views at 139 and 145 Glen Cairn. The building code core at 9.6 meters long, 3 stories high, is a 3-story bulk that exceeds the zoning by 2.6 meters. The roof base at 14.4 meters wide on a 15.24 meter wide lot leaves only 0.42 meters, 20 inches space to each property line, thereby crowding the adjacent properties and presenting an appearance that will dwarf most buildings on the street. The revised plan shows a protrusive central second floor bay, 3.7 meters wide by 1.22 meters deep, that greatly enlarges the front facade mass. This bay exceeds zoning in width and depth. The front elevation used to demonstrate building height masks this feature. How nice to increase front facade bulk in plan submitted October 29th after the opportunity to submit objections in writing has closed. Heritage trees. The proposal with the length variance proposed would kill a heritage black walnut tree and endanger another black walnut boundary tree and a rare white elm. By their size, extensive canopy, and health and beauty, these trees bring great joy as well as benefits of shade, carbon dioxide sequestration, and groundwater absorption to the site. Denying the length variance will spare these irreplaceable trees. Okay, so the minor variances. Is the variance minor in size and impact? No, it's got huge impact. It fails. Is it appropriate for the development of the site? No, it's above scale of the local neighborhood. That's been demonstrated by all 12 submissions. It fails. Is the variance within the intent of the official plan? No, the application will destroy streetscape and local neighborhood character, elements protected in the official plan. It fails. Is the variance within the zoning bylaw? No. This application makes a mockery of the intent of minor variances. It fails. To maintain the high quality of our neighborhood and the integrity of neighborhood planning in Toronto, this application must be denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you hear me?
Thank you. Any questions for this speaker?
Any questions for this speaker?
No. Okay. No. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chair, actually, while we were working through that, Beth Lowenfield signed on to the call. She's one of the area residents that wants to speak against the file.
Lowenfield, she came back, yeah?
Yeah, so we can give her a shot now.
Okay. Beth Lowenfield, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can you please state your name and address for us and tell us what's your concern about this application?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you to the Committee of Adjustment for giving me the time to speak. My name is Beth Lohenfeld. My husband Colin and I are the residents of 145 Glen, Cairn Avenue, the property directly to the west of the residence in question. We have reviewed this application and have noticed a number of issues that put into question whether this proposal is in fact minor. Variances 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 9 are what can be construed major variances. We would like to note that this is a new building on a mostly flat lot and that there are few, if any, extenuating circumstances requiring variances this extreme. Firstly, the height variances at 10.61 meters requested on this application have no rationale and are not minor. A flat roof area on this proposal increases the impact of the massing towards the street. The applicant could reduce the roof height further and increase the roof slope to minimize the impact to the streetscape with little to no detriment to the dwelling itself. The proposed height will not respect or reinforce the existing character of the street, where most of the houses with third floors have them entirely within gable or hip roofs. Secondly, on the site plan, 1 parking space is noted on the area calculations, but they are deducting for 2 spaces. They have provided no interior plans, and scaling of the front elevations notes that it is impossible to have 2 spaces. Required parking is only 3.2 meters by 5.6 meters, 17.92 square meters, yet they are deducting for 33.51 square meters. Indeed, it is quite disingenuous for the plans to be presented to the committee without any layouts, giving inadequate space for the required parking, and then deducting for 2 spaces from the FSI. Thirdly, let us discuss the third floor. Bylaw 10.5.40.40 advises how to calculate floor area versus attic area deductions. You can see from the front elevation in the documentation supplied by ArcLab on October 29th that the midpoint of the roof is already above the 1.4 meters, which denotes where the required floor area begins. So, for ease of representation, you can use that line where it intersects with the roof as the actual third floor area. 3 of the dormer windows on the proposed third floor have been shown inside the attic line, which means the actual third floor area is 173.76 square meters. This reveals their true intention. Almost the entirety of the third floor will be used for living purposes. Yet, the new plans provided neglect to include this area in their calculations. When using the correct single parking space and the actual third floor calculations, the real FSI is in fact 0.71. This means a 6,790 square foot house. A house of that size has no place in this neighborhood. There are also other variances missing for things like the driveway widening. Under bylaw 10.5.100.1 general, the driveway is limited to the required parking space. Since they are proposing a single parking space, it should only be 2.6 meters wide. The site plan does not match the footprint of the floor plans. The submissions are littered with misspelled words common in the profession, like dwelling and mechanical. I could go on, but I would also like to speak to how this impacts the neighbors. As you can see, there are numerous letters of objection from many of the surrounding neighbors. We are all appalled. Personally, we are not opposed to new construction. On the contrary, my husband and I both work in residential construction, so we fully support development and understand extremely well how a new home can be built while respecting the rules and the environment in which it sits. This is why we have the rules. However, this plan respects none of that. These plans are ill-conceived, they are lazy, and they have a litany of errors and omissions in the zoning and review because they have appeared to misrepresent what they actually intend to build. They have not done their due diligence in speaking to the neighborhood. They have no support. The proposal before the committee is too tall, too long, too close to the side yards, and is asking for a density that is disrespectful of the character and existing streetscape. I respectfully request that you deny this application and that you do not grant a deferral if it is requested, because this proposal is not minor. The proposal is not reflective of a gradual intensification, nor is it a positive change to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question for this speaker? No? Okay, so we finished. Now we call back the agent or the owner. Can you come back, please, address those concerns?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I will, can
Could
you
you-
hear me?
Yeah, speak a little bit louder, just a little bit.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that better?
Great.
Okay, so there's a lot here to address, and hopefully I have enough time. Let me start first with the allegations our neighbors are making about the third story. Really, when we looked at this, we value the primary living space on the first 2 floors. The third floor, when we looked at our various iterations, and there were many iterations of our plans, really proposes a small study and sitting area. Our family works increasingly from home. What we are showing today in terms of the internal plans, including the boundary walls on the third story, is what we intend to build. I will make it clear that we will apply for permits to build the shown areas only and be bound by those plans. Let me address concerns, please, also about overall FSI and massing. FSI is a measure to control building mass. However, when building length, depth, and height are often better factors to measure the impact of building mass. And FSI alone isn't really the number. Our FSI again measures 60% due to the third story. For the first 2 floors, it is only 53.8%. Along this lines, the allegations along the length, we're working with a very experienced architect, and even the committee, even city planning staff in their recommendation for your consent for this application recognize that our main wall length is 19.61 meters, very much in keeping with other recent approvals in the neighborhood. We did revise the initial plans that were uploaded on October 14th, which had a 3-meter 1-story bump out at the back for the breakfast nook. But after speaking with both neighbors, especially the east side neighbor that you've heard from, the gentleman, who was concerned about a long east wall, we moved this breakfast nook in keeping with the bylaw towards the center of the property, and we reduced it by 1 meter. I note that city planning staff had recommended approval even prior to these modifications, which reduced the footprint and are now in keeping with the bylaw exactly. Other things I should like to point out, there is no intent here to be disingenuous at all about our proposal. The pictures are the pictures, and I think city staff are already going to, in their condition, tying us to the pictures that we present today. Side yard setback was raised by as an issue as well. If we can put up the site plan, or if you respected members of committee recall the site plan, our requested side yard variances are 1.22. We had increased one of them from 0.91 to 1.22 after discussing with the neighbors. The site plan would actually highlight that the neighbor to the immediate east has a garage that actually abuts the lot line, and so their variance is less than 5 centimeters. The neighbor to the west, who you've also heard from, has a side yard variance very much in keeping and similar to what we are proposing. I think you have already heard one of our neighbors mentioning that their FSI is 0.36. The current house that exists on our property has an FSI of about 0.22. And so really any new proposal, even as of right height and length, would be substantially larger than what the neighbors are used to. So I would suggest that even if we had proposed something with 1 or 2 minor variances, we would still be having the same discussion. We do not have any front yard setback, actually. We are just going by the bylaw. So moving the house in keeping with what the neighbors' homes are and what the bylaw is. We are not invoking any variances for landscaping. Finally, for trees, we do have an arborist report uploaded that indicates we are only asking for removal of 2 trees out of 11, and we are protecting our neighbor's walnut tree. We really love trees. It's a big reason we bought this property and the canopy that it provides, and we would comply with urban forestry's recommendations and any conditions they would put to our application.
Okay.
I addressed all questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Well, that's your response. We'll see if the members have any question, and we'll be back to you. Any questions for this speaker? If not, I need a motion. Ms. Sankar has a motion.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I noted the impassioned pleas of the debutantes today in terms of what they saw of this application not meeting the 4 tests. But in review of this and in conclusion with what the agent and the owner acting as agent as well, and doing a good job at it, explained today, I thought that, you know, the explanation really did resonate with me. I think that she did address for me any outstanding concerns and pretty much all of the concerns that were displayed by the debutantes today as well. And I think the explanations are absolutely feasible, and by the changes made by the applicant here today, I am willing to accept this application. And so I will move that we approve this application with all of the changes that the applicant has made here today. I won't go through them again because she had detailed that at the very beginning and hasn't made any further changes since. And I will make it also subject to forestry so that forestry does have a chance to observe this application and make any references to changes that they desire. And I will also make it subject to the October 28th staff report that the building length and building depth be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing attached to the report. And that's my motion.
Thank you. Second? All in favor? Opposed? Okay, 2 for and 2 opposed. Okay, I have to make a motion decision. We have here on top of the application, we have like 9 letters of opposition, which I count, probably there are more, but we don't go by referendum. If we were by referendum, we count the ballots, how many yeas, how many nays, and then we move on and we accept or refuse the application. But it doesn't go like that. We go by the variances and how they fit within the zoning bylaw. So we look at the 4 tests of the Planning Act and how we decide on the application. So when I saw this first one, I had an issue with it. And I put here a note that this is not acceptable. However, with the changes that have been made today and also the staff report that went along with it, except for the to make a per site plan condition, and the changes that have been made, I have to agree with the motion, and I move for the motion and approve the application based on those changes that have been made.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, dear committee members.
Okay, we have application number 33, Henry Wang. Henry Wang, are you there? That is for the...
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, that's 236 Bing Avenue, application number 33. And here, Mr. Wang. So please state your name and address for us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Its name is Henry Wang, 3950 14th Avenue, Markham.
Okay.
I'm the agent.
You're the agent. Okay, so could you please make a short presentation and cover the changes that you mentioned to the staff that you're making in terms of variances 2 and 7 and so on. So please make a small presentation, 5 minutes, and cover those changes.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify 2 items on the staff report. So item number 2, regarding the driveway elevation, actually on the zoning report, it stated the elevation at lot line is 187.61. That's actually, it's existing on the survey. What we are proposing is actually it's a positive slope driveway. It's not a reverse slope. So we may remove this variance if committee will.
Okay, just please tell us which variance you want changing or moving, the number of variance, and what is the change so people can record it.
Yeah, so number 7, we would like to remove this variance by increase the side yard to 1.2 meter.
Just a second.
Instead of 0.91.
Number 7, you're
Number
removing.
7.
You're removing number 7,
Yeah.
right? Next.
Yes, right.
Next.
We're gonna increase the side yard to 1.2 meter.
No, excuse me. Hold a second. Yeah, number 7, it said.
Mr. Chair, can I just suggest the applicant just go down and only list the variances he's going to change, delete, or modify?
Yeah, what you're changing here is a little bit confusing. I asked you to please go tell us the number of variants and what you're changing it to. You can start from the beginning. Are you changing anything on number 1?
We're not changing number 1.
Number 2.
It's,
okay, number 2.
So number 2, in the notice,
excuse me.
Yeah.
Don't give us any explanation. We have to record the changes. So don't tell us why and where. Are you changing anything on number 3?
Yes, we are changing that.
Okay, to what?
Mr. Chair, our proposed driveway actually has a positive slope.
Henry,
So
can you
from
please,
guard
Henry,
door-
please no more explanations at this time. Please just outline exactly the changes you're going to make to each item. You can explain after, and if you don't want to make any changes, please just say you do not want to change.
Yeah.
Yeah, we want to change this number 2. Yes, we want to remove that.
Okay. Now you see, you're talking while you're changing what you wanted to do the explanation. Now, number 2, you're not doing anything to it, right?
Mr. Chair, he just said
Right.
he wanted to delete. I thought he said
We're
he
going to
wanted delete
remove that.
You remove number 2. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Number 2 is removed. And number 3.
So number 3 will stay 32 lot
32.
coverage.
Okay. Don't explain. Just tell us what you're doing. Number 4.
Number 4 remain, and number 5 remain. Number 6 remain. We're going to remove number 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next.
And number 8 will stay.
Remain. That's it. Because you see, the staff sitting here have to record the number of the variants and what changing to. And an explanation can come after. So now you have your presentation and tell us the merit of your application.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, so number 2, we like to say that we propose a driveway with elevation at the lot line is lower than the elevation at the garage door. So we are having a positive slope driveway from garage door toward the curb of the street. So that's what we're proposing.
Okay.
And I think the rest of the variances are minor in nature. And we also have 3 supporting letters from immediate neighbors from 234, 237, and 238 Bing Avenue.
That's it?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have no more speaker. Any question to this gentleman? No? Can I have a motion there, please, with those changes? Ms. Atarodi? Ms. Atarodi, please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with 2 minor changes. Variance number 2 eliminated, variance number 7 eliminated. And that's my motion.
The staff report is a condition. Would you want to put it there?
Hold on a second.
Put east and west elevation drawing.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
And also I would like to add the staff recommendation that this proposal be developed substantially accordance with, so sorry, hold on a second.
East and west.
Yes, east and west elevation. Yes, I just want to make sure that we eliminate number 7. That one is not on elevation. It's the east side yard setback. Okay, so we can just attach the staff recommendation as well.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Klassen, all in favor? Okay, your application is approved based on the changes you made and subject to staff condition.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Number 34, which is 544 Glen Park Avenue, application number 34. And here we have the Andre Grisolia.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Could you please state your name and address for us?
Yes, it's Andre Grisolia from 8 Freemet Crescent in Toronto. I'm the authorized agent for the owner of 544 Glen Park Drive.
Thank you. So we have here, we have one more speaker.
Mr. Chair and members, a quick note, the area resident is not present on the call.
Okay, so we have just Mr. Grisolia, and we don't have anybody else, but we'd like you to make a small presentation anyways to cover the recommendation regarding the staff asking to refuse 3, 10, 7, and 9, and the forestry conditions. So could you please go over the application and tell us what you're making, what changes you're making?
So I've heard, this is a history of application that it was changed already. I've changed considerably. Now the owner wants to keep the main floor in level with or on top, so there's no indent with the garage. So that's why you got the 3rd story, and that's why it's getting the 3rd story and the total height with the. That's why it's increasing the height of the dwelling. The other thing that I'd like to add is I presented something to the staff with regards to the that actual grade on the entry to the vehicle entry from the front wall, which was incorrect on my site plan, which I stated as being there in green. It's 100.54, which is higher than the center point of the driveway. And that's the one that I've corrected with regards to what the staff report is saying that they don't like. The other 2 is, of course, the third floor and the increase in height because of the 3rd floor. It's, I see, like, the only reason is and I've talked to planning also, and the thing is, there's nothing, like, there's 2 of them that are on the same street down below that have, of course, garages below grade. So they're not allowed. So this is the only way that I could satisfy, first of all, the owner, but there is a little bit of an issue with regards to the 3rd story in doing this design. So that's where I am right now with this.
Mr. Chair, can I verify if the applicant made any changes?
I know, I'm coming to that. Okay.
I've made no changes to the first one, that staff report. I just made reference to number 7 that I've changed.
Okay.
So instead of 100.31 as being the elevation at the entry level of the driveway or of the vehicle entrance, it's 100.54.
Okay, now, could you please bear with us if we're a little bit confused?
Yeah.
Now, don't talk about the first and the second and what you're changing it. We have a staff report here of the or the public notice of the October 25th and has 10 variances, and the corresponding ones, let's say, for example, number 9 is 2-story, 3-story. Now, tell us in relation to this public notice, what changes are you making or you're not making at all?
I'm not making any at all, but number 7.
7, okay. So, in other words, just number 7, you're changing it to 100.54, that's it.
That's right, because it was on my behalf, it was an incorrect grade.
That's fine. That's fine. So the only change, because we have to record all the changes, so the only change is that 100.54. Okay. Now we have oh, we don't have anybody else. Okay, members, there is nobody else recorded here. Any questions for this speaker, Mr. Bartolo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would variance number 7 not be eliminated then if the elevation increase is above 100.32? Becomes a moot point. You've satisfied the condition, correct?
Yeah.
I'm just asking if that one is still necessary, or if we can wipe it out.
You're asking me? Sorry.
I suppose so. Yes. Yeah. I mean, you're the applicant, right? You've.
Well, no. I'm saying I would like to wipe it out. Sure, completely, because I'm making it higher now. Yes.
Yeah. You've satisfied the condition, so it no longer applies, correct?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So number 7 can be
7
removed,
removed,
and it causes
yeah.
you no issues, right?
Right.
No.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Any other question? If no questions, can I have a motion, please? Can I see a hand? Mr. Bartolo, are you making a hand? I see it moving around, okay?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm just studying all the
just
information
thinking.
here.
Okay, all right.
But I'd like to ask the applicant, like, can we expand on number 9? Because this is going to be one of the sticking points of the application here. If we can get some better
The
information.
number 9 becomes, sorry, I'm sorry.
No, just tell us why that is necessary. I think we're a little unclear on that right now.
Number 9 is necessary only because you've got the basement almost going to be level with the garage. Okay, and that's what makes it. It's mostly above grade, so it makes it the third. That's essentially going to be the first floor.
Right. So if I'm tracking correctly, no worries. What you're saying is because of the finished floor elevation of the basement, it's being evaluated as the first story, and that's what's causing the 3-story condition.
Exactly.
Your house actually functions as 2 stories, but it's being evaluated as 3. Is that
As
okay?
3 stories, yes.
Okay. I'm just referring to the elevations here. Just bear with me for 1 second, please. That's because you're measuring the grade and the footings are only there. Okay.
And Ms. Sankar, did you have a question?
No, I can make a motion.
Well,
Mr.
let's see first if there's another question. Mr. Bartolo, did you finish questions?
Unless Mr. Bartolo wants to.
No, I'm asking
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Bartolo, did you finish your questions?
I'm finished my questions. Thank you.
Okay, any other question? Now I need a motion. Ms. Sankar, you want to make a motion, you said? Please go
Yeah,
ahead.
through you, Mr. Chair. I think that Mr. Bartolo sort of hit the nail on the head for me in terms of that was the only sticky point for me was around, the variance number 9 and sort of that more in-depth explanation, which at this point, given all the explanations provided by the agent here today, I'm willing to accept the application with the changes that he's made here today. Would you like me to go through those changes again? So I'll motion to approve this application with the changes made by the applicant here today. I'm just double checking there is no forestry attached to this one. And so that will be my motion.
Okay. Second, Mr. Bartolo, all in favor? Opposed? We have 2 opposing again. Okay. I have to agree with the motion because the third story was really a problem for me, and that is because the basement is considered as first floor going above the ground, and that's why it becomes a 3-story. It's basically technical 3-story, which is a 2-story. So I move for the motion and I approve the application subject to those changes. Okay.
Thank you, committee.
Number 35, which is 3101 and 3157 Barton Street. And here we have the agent, Adam Brown. Are you there?
I am. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of committee.
Good afternoon. We have here a long list of people who want to speak, so we need you to make a presentation and tell us what you want to do with this application.
I will for sure. I had a submission that I put to the committee, some slides, if you can possibly put those up for me, and I can take you through those.
They're on their way.
Thank you. I can give you some background while we're waiting, just
yes, please,
to fill in the time, so to speak. But this application, in fact, for the built form, the height, the density, the stepping is exactly the same as what council approved back in 2011. And back in 2012, we actually had site plan approval conditions. And so the only difference, in giving you sort of an upfront summary, is that there was going to be a nursing home, seniors facility, so to speak, and about 45,000 square feet of office. It never took. The market didn't take up that use. And so instead, it would simply now be a residential apartment, less intense use because there's no office uses of 45,000, entirely residential, a bit less parking underground, and the built form is identical. No change to it. So what I have in the first slide is just showing you the character, and outlined in red is what was approved in 2011 and had site plan approval back then. And those are all the heights of the buildings surrounding. There's no seeking of any additional height or density, as I said before, and no change to the built form. If we can go to the next slide. These are just pictures. Just to orient you, to the southwest is the Lawrence Plaza at Lawrence and Bathurst. And then these are just visuals of the buildings that are in the area that make up and comprise the character of what you would expect on Bathurst Street. They're all multi-residential units, just like is being proposed here. Next one. And so the list of the variances is very simple. Because we had a very site-specific bylaw for the apartment house dwelling, instead of an apartment house, we were doing a seniors. We had to redefine the term. All those buildings I showed you are the same use as we're proposing here, so nothing unusual. We actually have 2 less units than what we had for the retirement residence. There is no more office in the building, and we have setbacks on the schedule, and we have parking that's in fact less than what we had previously by a couple of spaces. What's interesting in 3 is that you might have heard me say we went through site plan approval in 2012. In 2019, when we came back with this application, we had a public information meeting. The councillor wanted to have a community meeting, so we did. We presented and explained that we're not changing the built form at all. A lot of the same people who had opposed previously, who, made themselves known, and I had many discussions with them 10, 11 years ago, and we had some discussions at that public meeting, had concerns over the built form, but that's not changing. The change for the setback is because what we've outlined in red, the city over the last number of years wanted changes for road widenings. So despite the built form not changing, there's a setback map that had to change so we could accommodate the city road widening to try and realign Douglas and Covington. That's it. So it's as simple as that. If I think that might be there might be the next slide just to show you the elevations, just to show you they're not changed. It's showing you that the angular planes are the same and the elevations are the same architects. So that's pretty well the presentation of the application. It is one of the more straightforward variance applications. I know, and I've read all the letters of opposition. I gave you a little memo in response in my respectful submission. A lot of those comments are about an old process, but there was comments about, is there an avenue study on Bathurst? Not in our control, but there was an avenue study and there's a designation of avenue, just as a response. In terms of the comment about there were no submission of reports to update the site plan, actually, that's the reason we didn't go in 2019 and it waited until now, because city staff, in response to the community's comments and concerns, asked us to make sure we submitted anything in terms of an addendum to the site plan. So all of those addendums were in.
Are you finished?
And that was a precondition to us.
Oh.
And planning staff wrote the issue. And again, that was done, just used that before. We took out the 45,000 of office and a couple of units less than we had previously. So in terms of, and then there was a final comment about notice. We followed the exact criteria for committee applications for notice. And then when that concern came in, staff actually said to us, can you put some other notices up? And we did it immediately. So we complied with the letter of the law and then some. I think this is a very straightforward minor variance application, complies with the official plan, general intent and purpose of the official plan and zoning bylaw. It's still an appropriate and desirable use and development, very similar to the other heights and shorter than many of the others in the area. And the variances, both separately and together, in my respectful submission, are minor in nature. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Thank you. You're way on you're perfectly on your 5 minutes. Now, I want to ask you, variance number 3. It said, when you look at it, 180 permitted and 178 required, 180 maximum, and you have 178. But we're not talking about apples to apples. One is residential, retirement residential. The other one is dwelling units. Shouldn't they be how many units, residential units, are required, are permitted, and how many are provided, or how many retirement residential are permitted and how many you're providing? Because I understand you did this based on a waiver. Is that correct?
Yeah, but it's different than that. And we then ended up getting a zoning review notice to confirm it. So there's no way. Issue. It's only because we had not a general bylaw to reflect resident and seniors units. So the oddity is that we're less in number of units, but at the end of the day, it's an amendment to a variance to a site-specific bylaw. And we ended up getting from Mr. McMahon a zoning review notice that confirmed the variances.
Okay, so let's see. We have you mentioned that lots of people opposing. Yes, we have here. We have a list of 21 people who want to speak. I don't know if you know that. Randy Satos, you said he's not there, huh? Oh, now he's there.
Yeah.
Okay. Randy Satok, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, could you please state your name and address for us?
Sure. My name is Randy Satok, and I live at 671 Bedford Park.
Okay, and could you tell us what's your concern about this application?
Sure. So I'm going to talk to you about how this change of use is not a minor variance and how there has been a lack of transparency and communication about this development. I've been involved since 2008. I live 4 doors away. From 2008 to 2011, I was part of a community committee that worked closely with Councillor Stintz on this project. During that time, we attended several community presentations with the developer. The entire time, the building was presented to us as a retirement residence that would have little traffic. This impacted our willingness to settle for 9 stories and entrance and exits on Bedford Park and Douglas Street, which we were not happy about and which was different from other apartment buildings on the east side of Bathurst in this neighborhood. This building is taller than other buildings, has a higher density, and is much closer to the homes. In June 2011, shortly before the rezoning meeting, we were told the developer wants the flexibility to make 3 floors office space for their own use. At this time, neighbors complained about the switch, the lack of communication and notification. In fact, there were no studies to analyze this change. However, both sides negotiated and we came up with details for a new zoning bylaw application, which was item NY 835, and that was adopted by City Council in July 2011. This led to creation of the bylaw 1228 in 2012. The whole bylaw centers around use as a retirement residence. In fact, the word retirement or senior appears 9 times on the first 3 pages. Item C on the first page of the bylaw clearly states apartment house dwelling is not a permitted use. So how can the developer refer to this as a minor variance? Many of the resolutions in the final report of the zoning bylaw amendment application NY 835 had not taken place, even though we've had 10 years. In particular, no traffic calming measures are in this plan. In fact, the motion that was passed in 2011 clearly states preventing through traffic to Covington shall be in perpetuity. And now this new plan involves aligning Covington and Douglas and allowing through traffic. How does this happen? It's not even highlighted anywhere. From a community perspective, the project went silent from 2012 to 2019. And then in November 2019, there was a community consultation meeting, which again was poorly communicated. We were informed of the change to an apartment house dwelling. We were shocked. We were told the developer could not find an operator for retirement residence. At that meeting, the community was extremely upset. We gave feedback, we emailed feedback, we wrote to our city councillor. No one listened, nor was there another meeting held to try and work together. Now the development is at committee of adjustment. This change of use is not minor. Retirement residence was intentional and was the center of all communications and all negotiations. This change impacts the number of people living there, the traffic patterns, parking, the safety of our streets. It is written clearly in the bylaw that apartment house dwelling is not a permitted use. I would like to reinforce that communication has been lacking. The notice for this meeting was 1 small sign on one of the 2 lots for development. As well, the old signage that still stated it was to be developed as a retirement residence was on the lot as of last week. Only when we made calls did they make changes and add more signs. As well, many of the studies that were done on this project are still not included in the supporting documents on the application. These include servicing reports, transportation reports, hydrogeological reports, and geotechnical studies. We've been asking for these reports to be made public since May. I received a special link that I have, and there's 4 pages of these reports, but they should be made available to everyone. What do we want? We want the site to be developed, but at this point, it needs to go through a proper rezoning as an apartment house dwelling with a present day traffic and parking study and a real community working group. Thank you.
Okay. Well, you're very good on your 5 minutes. Just a comment so you'll know, and other people also will hear what you're saying, whether this is a zoning or rezoning or application. we have to look at every application that comes in front of us. We cannot refuse to hear an application. This committee can approve, we have to approve, refuse, defer, or modify, but we can't say we don't hear you. So any application that comes in front of us, we have to hear it. So let's see if there's any question for you. Any question for the speaker here? Okay, next we have Dana Rostovsky. Dana Rostovsky, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, please, your name and address. We have a lot of people here who want to speak. If you agree with the first speaker, you can say agree or add whatever you do, but repeating everything over and over again is not going to help us. So please go ahead and do whatever you want to say. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Dana Rostowski, 545 Douglas Avenue. It is concerning that due process was not done and residents were not consulted about the change in application from a retirement residence to an apartment house dwelling. Communication has been poor, to say the least, and the variance requested is certainly not minor but major. There are a number of concerns regarding this application. However, one of my key concerns is parking. An apartment house dwelling will have significantly higher demand for parking than a retirement residence. This factor would greatly increase both vehicle and pedestrian traffic in an already dense intersection which feels dangerously busy. I live on Douglas Avenue, as I stated, diagonally opposite the site of this proposal. Woodworth Road being a thoroughfare between two major arteries, namely Avenue Road and Bedford Street, the volume of traffic and number of pedestrians is already so high that we have to back into our garage in order to proceed safely when leaving our home. There is not enough parking in this plan. According to bylaw 7625, section RM6 2052S, the minimum number of parking spaces required is 267, of which 44 are visitor spaces. The applicant is requesting fewer than half the number of parking spots required. The proposed number of parking spaces is 132, of which 35 are for visitors. That would amount to 97 spots for 178 units, providing a parking spot for only 54% of units. This situation would result in both residents and guests of the apartment house dwelling driving up and down the neighboring streets looking for parking spots, which will create more traffic. Street parking is already very limited on both Bedford Park and Douglas Avenue, and placing additional demand on this parking is going to be problematic, to say the least, for existing residents in the neighborhood. The developer compared parking at rental buildings across the city, claiming they have a surplus, which is the reason behind the aforementioned reduction. However, this is not a proper parking study, since it only compared this site to two other rental buildings in terms of parking, and the buildings have different demographics. To illustrate the impact of allowing parking at a 52% ratio to units, I wish to share the following anecdotal evidence. A community member contacted number 3311 Bathurst Street, a few blocks north of the site. This rental building has 102 units and 52 indoor parking spaces. Until recently, there were an additional 50 spots outdoors that have now been removed in the interim, while townhouses and underground parking are being erected. The rental agent shared that it has been impossible to rent out vacant apartments at this time due to the lack of parking, and that residents who lost their spots due to the construction are scrambling to find nearby parking wherever they can. On October 28, 2021, Transportation Services reviewed the study and said the proxy data provided was incomplete and should include unit mixes, vacancy detail, and a parking utilization survey in order to assess the adequacy of the proposed lower parking supply for the residents and visitors. For the site plan application, Transportation Services requested additional information in regards to the on-street parking demand and available parking spaces in the surrounding area and the occupancy rates of these spaces. They further said that this information has not been provided and is required for this application. Their conclusion was to recommend deferral to this minor variance application at this time, to give the applicant time to provide an updated parking justification study, including parking surveys with relative details. The very next day, Transportation Services approved it without any justification whatsoever. I respectfully request that this application request be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question for this speaker? Okay, next speaker is Jackie Goldberg. Not here? No. And Poulton, Sue Poulton. I don't have any Christine here. Huh? Yeah, Constantine. Oh, area resident. Oh, yeah, that we missed it, huh? Okay, Constantine Christopoulos, are you there? Constantine Christopoulos.
Constantine, you're currently unmuted, so go ahead and speak. Mr. Chair, Constantine is on the call and he is unmuted. What we might have him do, though, is log off and log back in to make sure he authorizes his microphone, and we'll come back to him.
Would you remind me, please?
Yeah,
Okay.
Constantine, if you can log off and log back in and make sure you authorize your microphone, we'll make sure to have you speak.
Okay, so Tammy is gone. Now is Jackie Goldberg said she's not there. And Sue Poulton?
Mr. Chair, Tammy and Michael Barachu are next. In this case, Tammy will be speaking.
Which one is that?
Tammy is unmuted.
Tammy, okay.
It's actually it's Michael Baruch here, Tammy's husband, also resident of 630 Bedford Park. Unfortunately, Tammy had to take one of our children out, so I'm going to be speaking on behalf of both of us. It's okay.
And you want to speak on that? Do you want to speak for her?
Yes, please.
So please go ahead.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
Please
Great.
give us your name and your address, please.
Yes, Michael Baruch, Baruch, 630 Bedford Park Avenue.
Okay. Thank you. So please go ahead and tell us what's your concern about the application.
Yes. I'd also like to raise concerns about parking, different from the last individual to speak. To begin with, the drawings that were submitted suggest that there is a sidewalk on this part of Bedford Park Avenue, which is actually incorrect, the street that we live on. There are no sidewalks on Bedford Park. Currently, we already have many cars that utilize street parking, so I'd really like to just speak to the point of safety, because it makes it very difficult with the street parking for pedestrians to see oncoming traffic and for drivers to see pedestrians, particularly smaller children, of which my wife and I have 3. There are many young families on the street, and on any given day, you see lots of kids, whether they're riding their bikes or walking. The proposed plan for the apartment house dwelling is allocating less than 1 parking spot per unit, and this will undoubtedly significantly increase the number of parked cars on Bedford Park, further contributing to the congestion and thus an added safety risk to the current residents for the reasons that I had already stated. For this reason and the other reasons that were mentioned previously, I request that this application be denied. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you
Chairman.
very much. That was very short and concise. Any question for this speaker? Okay, so can we go back to Mr. Constantine? Constantine Christopoulos. Oh,
Yes, can you hear me now?
yes.
Hello?
But I think you're having your YouTube open, and we get here the echoing. Could you please make sure you don't have your YouTube open?
Yes, how about now? Is it better?
Let me speak. No, it's still reflecting.
Sorry about that. Just a second here. Okay, how about now?
And now you can speak. No, it's
Okay,
still.
thank
You
you.
know what? You know
Mr.
what?
Chair, what we'll do is
Just go ahead.
let's let them go ahead.
Just go ahead, and I'm not going to speak.
Okay, I'm going to be very brief. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I live at 675 Bedford Park, which is just a few homes down from the development. I believe my neighbors, especially Ms. Satok, has done a really thorough job in describing the evolution of this project. I want to emphasize one thing that was mentioned is that in 2011, there was a proper process that was followed, well organized. We felt that we were engaged. And even though the proposed development was affecting my property significantly, casting shadow and whatnot, we did feel that the process allowed us to understand the project and to get more comfortable with what was being proposed. The idea that changing the use of the building from a retirement residence to a rental unit is a minor variance is, in my opinion, at least disingenuous. And I feel that, you know, as a parent of two young kids living literally 2 house doors away from this development and seeing the traffic on Bathurst Street every day, and already the difficulty we have entering Bathurst Street from Bedford Park, I feel that there needs to be much more attention paid on the impact of this new usage on traffic and parking issues. So I don't want to take too much time. So I would say that this really seems that we should be going back to a rezoning application, not a minor variance, and that the process followed 10 years ago with the new usage clearly stated should be followed once again in order to achieve a good result that works for the developer as well as for the residents of Bedford Park and Douglas. I also want to bring up one more point. Being an engineer myself, it was very difficult to find some of the documentation supporting this application. And there's one element that, again, as a parent of two young kids, really bothered me. This site has been in soil remediation for at least, I would say, 10 or more years. Every few years, we see a crew coming in and putting those pipes, remediating it. And it really worries us because it seems that the remediation is quite complex. So I did dig through the reports after Ms. Saytok pointed me to where I could find them, which I assure you is very difficult to find, which is not a great sort of thing to speak to the process. But once I did get my hand on them, I read them. And there's something that bothers me. There seems to be that recently they found free toxic materials and that they are recommending as a remediation that the site be excavated to a very sort of 12 meters, I believe, and refilled. However, it's very clearly stated in the report by a company called WSP, very large engineering firm, that basically they're only recommending this for the site where the gas station was, which is only 50% of the total site, which includes a building. And there seems to be almost, you know, a willingness to think that toxic materials just go down vertically for some reason and do not seep laterally into other properties. Now, there may be a very easy fix. Maybe there is another remediation. However, reading that report, it really made me feel uncomfortable because the report says that by excavating to about 12 meters, we mitigate the issue immediately where the old gas station was, which seems almost like playing with words in order not to discuss the possibility that the site beside it might be toxic. And once again, this is not us being difficult. We want this development to happen. It's an eyesore. It's been an eyesore for decades. We want Bathurst to develop and to become an artery that, you know, we can all enjoy. However, it seems that the process has not been followed properly. The change of use really makes this a rezoning issue, and we really have to look seriously at the toxic aspect of the site for the safety of our children and of all the residents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, it's reflecting, so I can't ask anything. Do you have any question for this gentleman? Okay. Sue Polton, she there?
Mr. Chair, I don't know why there was feedback on the last item. Yeah, it's been hit or miss. I can't say why exactly.
Okay, so Sue Polton, is she there?
No, let's not. Sue's. We need to have there's a person before Sue, Jacques Goldberg.
Is he there? Okay. John, what? Goldberg?
Jacques Goldberg.
Oh,
Jean Goldberg?
Jackie.
Yeah.
Jackie Goldberg.
Very good.
Sorry, I don't know why you put.
Could you please state
I
your
don't
name and
know.
address?
I have both my phone and my computer on now.
Yeah.
So I don't know which one I should turn off.
Well, please fix it because we it's echoing.
I've unmuted you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I've unmuted you on the laptop or on your computer.
Yeah, I'm on my computer. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So
Okay.
your name
So-
and your name and your address, please.
Hi, thanks for listening today. My name's Jackie Goldberg. I live at 543 Douglas Avenue, across from the site that we're discussing today. I have a number of issues that I'd like to discuss related to the variance of one of the variance changes. I was going to talk about the toxicity of the lot, but the previous homeowner mentioned, resident just mentioned that, so I won't continue with that. So this site is situated in an area that has the second lowest amount of parkland in the city. The apartment house and dwelling proposal contains no real green space nor parkland dedication, which is required for all new developments. In 2010, the Avenue Road study identified several properties as potential locations for parkland. So far, not one of these locations has been made available to the neighborhood for parkland, and most of them now contain new development that proceeded without parkland. The trend towards assessing builders a dollar figure as parkland in lieu does nothing to enhance or enrich our neighborhood nor improve the park deficiency. According to 15.5.50.10 of the zoning bylaw, rental apartments require a minimum of 50% of the area of the lot for landscaping, and 50% of this must be softscape landscaping. This proposal does not conform to this and have seen no examination by the city. It says that a lot in a residential apartment zone category must have a minimum of 1.5 meter wide strip of land for softscaping along any part of a line abutting a lot, which it does to 548 Douglas. This is not the case for the proposed development, and no variance has been triggered. The plan drawings don't show this green space. There are currently large green spaces in front of the building that will be removed, and this is a problem when there is so little green space along Bathurst Street, and now it's going to be replaced with concrete. These three spaces also contain 3 large, mature, healthy trees. The lack of green space is of a concern, as this building is requesting to be rezoned from retirement resident to rental, which will have children, and there will be no green space to play that is safe for their children. There is a small green space that has been dedicated in the plan for dog space. It's situated in a dangerous location beside a driveway and the ramp to the parking garage. A new location should be considered for this area that is safe. According to the statistics template, Toronto Green Space Standard Version 3 mid to high rise residential and non-residential development form, the total soil volume required for this site is 509, and the proposed is 293. It should be 509. It also states that only 9 trees that are being planted, even though they plan to remove 15. They should replace all 15, or maybe not cut some of them down. We are concerned with the proposal for the removal of these 15 trees, some of which are healthy, and keep 9 that do have health concerns and may not survive because their roots may be disturbed from the construction. Some of the trees that are being requested to be removed will be need permits to do so. And I would ask the city not to grant the permits for all these, especially trees 1, 2, and 3 that provide shade at the corner of Bathurst Street and Douglas Avenue. Permission will be needed for the removal of trees 6 through 11 and 24 from the homeowner of 543 Douglas. The trees along the property line of 548 Douglas provide screening that directly affects my view and that of my neighbors. There is no evidence of current screening being replaced. This screening was part of a discussion in 2011 with the neighborhood residents and Councillor Karen Stintz at the time. Karen Stintz passed 2 motions that directed city staff to conduct various studies to improve the proposed development and to establish a working group with members of the community. This working group was supposed to be to review the application and the site plan approval, including landscaping plans and pedestrian and amenities. While a meeting was held with the broader public, no working group was ever established. In fact, the public had no access to the landscaping or site plans. We do not know why we have been kept out of the loop, as this development has changed over the years. Concerns were repeatedly made over the loss of several mature trees with no response from neither the city nor the developer. If we had been informed of many of these issues I have mentioned, we wouldn't need to be addressing them today. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just I'd like to mention something that people who are listening to. We do not deal with trees here, nor the soil contamination or anything like that. If they didn't have these variances here, we won't be here, you won't be here. We have here 21 people who want to speak. Going over the same thing over again is not gonna help us. So please, if you have something different, go ahead. Like when we were in the chamber, we used to ask them to select a spokesperson to bring the problems of what they have. But here, because we're on virtual, we really ask you. We appreciate if you can restrict to the problem that has not been mentioned. As I mentioned, mentioning the thing over and over again, it loses the value. So please go ahead, and we have here Ms. Sab. First of all, any question to this speaker here? No. So Debra Satos, is he there? Sato?
Mr. Chair, now we're on Sue Polton.
Oh.
Yes, hello, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, oh, Sue, okay. Could you please state your name and address?
Yes, sir. My name is Sue Polton. I'm at 629 Bedford Park.
Thank you. Anything different? Please go ahead.
No, sir. Yes, sir. I would like to agree with all of the speakers prior to me. I would just like to reiterate the issue of having no sidewalk on Bedford Park and the fact that it is very challenging to walk when cars are parked there. So other than that, I agree with everything that has been said.
Thank you. We appreciate that, and we take it note that you agree with everything that has been so far. So yes, we really appreciate that. So any question? No question. So next one is Satos, Debra Satos. Is she there? Okay, Debra Satos, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Could you please tell us your name and your address for the records here?
Sure. My name is Deborah Satok, and I live at 127 Gray Road.
Thank you. And tell us what's your concern, and if something different too.
I would like to examine the variances to see whether in fact they meet the 4 criteria set out to evaluate them. I'm going to start with change of use, which I believe that the change of use to apartment house dwelling does not respect the general intent of the zoning bylaw, which is test number 2, as the authors took the time to develop a use-specific bylaw. The developer would have sought permission originally to rezone the lot's apartment house dwelling, which could have allowed them for a retirement home within a more general definition. Instead, they sought a very specific use, that of primarily a retirement residence. This was because the then councillor Cairn Stentz worked with the community to negotiate a redevelopment that would have minimal impact on the community. This use was determined to allow for reduced traffic and would put a lower burden on the community services. Read clearly the wording of bylaw 1228-2012, which states, for the purposes of this exemption, retirement residence means living accommodations for residents in a semi-independent living arrangement other than a seniors community house or an apartment house dwelling. In other words, the use of the development for apartment house dwelling was specifically prohibited by the bylaw. Clearly, the request for a change in zoning does not meet the general intent of this bylaw. The bylaw's approved use of a retirement residence did so to restrict the as-of-right introduction of other land uses in order to protect neighborhood residents from inappropriate and incompatible negative impacts. It was deliberate. The zoning bylaw was a means to an end with specific language of permitted uses. Whether there are other apartment house dwellings on Bathurst Street is irrelevant. We are dealing with a site-specific bylaw tied to this location. And whether the application is supported by the provincial policy statement or official plan is also really not important since the use is not supported by the bylaw. Further, test number 4 asks you to evaluate whether the variances are minor. Webster's dictionary defines minor as relatively unimportant. I would maintain by the number of speakers here today that it is important since a change in use impacts so many other aspects of development. It can't be considered minor. Proper due diligence requires a meaningful and up-to-date analysis of parkland, schools, infrastructure, traffic, and community safety. None of this is minor. Perhaps to distract us, the developer states that they will attempt to attract seniors as tenants. Let's not be fooled by this statement. We know that discrimination based on age is illegal. If the developer were even remotely serious about attracting seniors, they would implement more than 6 accessible parking spots. The proposed building has clearly not been designed for seniors, and we don't zone for people. If the variance is allowed, then the building will be an apartment house dwelling and cannot be referred to as a seniors building, as some of the city staff reports have referenced it. Further, the bylaw passed in 2012 clearly states that there's a maximum of 2 persons per suite. This was done to satisfy the community's concerns about increased density. However, as an apartment house dwelling, some with 3 bedrooms, this is unenforceable and obsolete and perhaps may require a variance itself. The change in use is not minor, as it is too large an issue to be considered minor. Parking. The developer seeks to build only half the required parking spaces. Again, applying the test, does this variance maintain the general intent of the bylaw? Well, of course it doesn't. The applicant has justified the variance request by including several statistics from buildings they say are comparable. As opined in the original transportation report, these properties do not apply to the subject site. Transportation maintains, though, that they do not apply because they are not seniors' residential buildings. However, it is our belief that they do not apply because they are buildings in significantly different demographic areas. In conclusion, this application, if it should proceed at all, should go through a rezoning application, which is a more robust process permitting a fulsome review that can include relevant studies. This will ensure that all negative impacts to the neighborhood are minimized. To allow this change in use sets a precedent for future development. It allows developers to seek zoning bylaw changes that are tenable to the community and then change them after the fact without due diligence. I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question for the speaker? Next is Roseanne Han. Is there Roseanne Han? Roseanne Han, could you please state your name and address for us?
Hi, it's Roseanne Hahn, 551 Bedford Park Avenue.
Okay, tell us what's your concern.
I will just quickly state that I agree with everything that has been said by my neighbors previously. I just wanted to stress the 2011 proposal that talked about traffic calming measures along Douglas Avenue, and I think these also have to take into account Bedford Park Avenue. And the new proposed apartment will not only affect Douglas Avenue, but because of the way that the applicant has created the parking of entrance and exit onto Bedford Park and exit onto Douglas, for people that cannot find parking in the dwelling, they are going to be going through Bedford Park or Douglas and circling, trying to find parking because there's not enough parking. So also I want to reiterate what people have said about the lack of sidewalks and how dangerous it will be with the additional cars that we will see. And just to follow up from what Deborah just said, the increased numbers of people in a rental home is probably substantially more than what was originally thought of for the retirement residents. So I think, again, there's something has to be done about this variance, considering it as a minor. It's not a minor variance, it's a major variance. And I respectfully want this application to be denied if at all possible. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very concise. We know that you agree with everything that has been said before. And is there any question for this speaker? No? Okay. Next one, Naomi, is she there? Naomi, I don't have any last name. Naomi, are you there?
Mr. Chair, they were on the call just a moment ago, but they have since jumped off.
So they're off. They're not.
Yeah, but we'll keep an eye and see if they come back.
Please please let me know. Tamara Gottlieb.
No, Tamara is not on the call at this time, Mr. Chair.
But is she out, or we have to keep her in?
She's not on the call at all. We'll keep an eye. We can double back. I'll star them right now.
And let me know. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next is Neil Smiley.
Mr. Chair, go ahead. They are on the call.
Okay, Neil.
Yes, I'm on the call. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. Okay, could you please state your name and address for us, for the records?
Yes, my name's Neil Smiley, 539 Douglas Avenue.
Thank you. And tell us what's your concern here and if it's something different from what has been said.
I will do my best, Mr. Chairman, try to be as concise as possible. My family and I have lived at 539 Douglas for nearly 20 years. I was educated and practiced as an urban planner many years ago and have been a real estate and planning development lawyer for the last 30 years. I've had the occasion of appearing before you in my professional capacity, and I'm speaking today, obviously, on a personal one. In 2011, you've heard the community, and I would say reluctantly, agree to the 9-story building and the proposed density solely, in my estimation, based on it being shrink-wrapped in the definition of use as being a retirement residence. When I hear that the application is exactly the same and that nothing has changed, with all respect, it would be like, sir, taking a boat that has a capacity of 10 people, replacing it with the exact same boat and putting 20 people in it and watching it sink. It's not fair to say that the built form, just because it hasn't changed, hasn't impacted the site. It is all in my estimation, and respectfully, in now changing the permitted use from retirement residence. Why was retirement residence so popular? Why was it accepting to some of the people I think you've heard of, even though they may have been impacted by various things? Because by its definition, it restricts each unit to a maximum of 2 persons. You can't have a full kitchen. You have to have a common dining area. My father lived on Shepherd in a similar retirement area, home. It is a very low intense use, and it doesn't generate the parking and ins and outs as a regular apartment dwelling. And it's by no mistake, sir, and members of the committee, that the zoning bylaw is restricted to a retirement residence and does not permit nor list an apartment dwelling. And it's very important, and it hasn't been said yet, but in bylaw 1228-2012, that's the the 2011 bylaw or 2012 bylaw permitting the site-specific use, not only does it suggest or limit to retirement residence, it also, in section 2C of that bylaw, when it says I'm going to permit a retirement residence where people live communally, it says other than a seniors community house or an apartment house dwelling. So I would suggest to you and members of the committee that the zoning bylaw put its mind to, and the intent was to restrict the apartment house dwelling. No one talked about it. No one did due diligence on it. There weren't the kinds of wholesome studies that my friends and I do when we do rezoning applications. And it would be my view, the committee's not in a position to vary the bylaw to permit something that's specifically and or by inference not permitted. Having said that, I've heard, Mr. Chair, that you hear everyone, which is great. And I would say to you, as I think a prior speaker said, that to vary just the use on its own is not minor in nature. It can't be minor in nature where the bylaw itself limits the use to a retirement house or a retirement home and does say exclude and specifically refers to not having an apartment dwelling. To add insult to injury here, I learned only a few days ago that the applicant's plans, and I think someone referred to it, contemplates the realignment of Douglas Street to run through Bathurst Street. And I'm not sure if members of the committee have been able to do a site visit, but that street is now jog. It has a light. You cannot go through. And I've been there for 15 years, and I lived the dream and the nightmare at the same time. I don't know who's mining the store, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, but in the council decision in 2011, if the clerk can put it on the screen for you, in paragraph number 8 of the 2011 resolution by City Council, it specifically states that Douglas will not be connected to Covington in perpetuity. The last time I looked at that definition in the dictionary means for quite a long time. So I'm not sure why the application before you not only is changing the use, but is creating, in my estimation, a ring road around the intersection of Bathurst and Lawrence, where people coming from the Allen Expressway, coming eastward, and people coming from Avenue Road who all want to get to and through Bathurst Street will now use that connection on Douglas, now proposing to go through Covington. I don't believe, with all respect to the applicant, that it was their idea, but the traffic implication of that is immeasurable. People will use that like Beecroft Road or Beecroft Avenue near City Hall in North York as a ring road. It will change and destabilize the neighborhood as far as I'm concerned. Lastly, the applicant's consultants had referred to the new zoning bylaw as providing a reduced criteria for parking on the site. And in all respect, you can't pick and choose what you're going to put forward. If they would like to look at the new zoning bylaw, then they may wish to look at the greater setbacks and the other development criteria like amenity spaces and the current requirements for parkland dedication. I'm not suggesting they have to because they're under the old bylaw. We have to be careful what we wish for when we pick and choose to compare or use the current bylaw. And lastly, the traffic consultant's loose response to the impact of putting Douglas going through to Bathurst is just not, doesn't cut the mustard, and I would say misses the mark. This application, in my respectful opinion, and seriously in conclusion, is not minor in nature, and I need not go past variance number 1. I do respect and thank the committee members for listening through, and I apologize if there was any noise in the background. Thank you.
No, you didn't have any noise in your case. Any question? Okay, next one is Ruth Glickman.
Oh, Mr. Chair, if we can double back to Tamara, I've learned that she's actually under a different name.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can look to call upon them.
This is who's that? That's Tamara Gottlieb, eh?
Correct.
And she's a different name?
Yeah, she was just under a different account for whatever reason.
Okay, Tamara Gottlieb, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate all of the assistance with the technical misunderstandings. And I'd also like to thank all the members of the committee. The work that you do is very important. and it's a great sacrifice to your own time. So it's with tremendous appreciation that I'm going to borrow just a few minutes. By way of background.
Excuse me, just for the records, we need you to state your name and address.
Yes, Tamara Gottlieb, 579 Bedford Park Avenue.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm totally, for the record, in support of development. Development is how our city grows. It's how we welcome newcomers, not just to our communities, but to the cities and to our country. Development is vital for us as a nation. And so this land cannot be left vacant. And if it turns out that it needs to be an apartment house dwelling, well, then I would wholeheartedly support the reapplication and all the accompanying assessments as an apartment house dwelling. But what I want to speak to is the magnitude of difference between a retirement residence and apartment house dwelling. So you'll see on your screen a chart, a 2-column chart. And when the committee is pontificating, is discussing the extent to which this is minor, please consider the following 6 items. Number 1, an apartment house, the original application in the bylaw precludes, the retirement residence, the original bylaw precludes the apartment house dwelling. Neil spent some time talking about it, so I won't go on further, but were the committee to then allow this as a minor variance, it would draw public outrage for the lack of protocol and adherence to the rules at hand for the process. Number 2, in a retirement residence, it's obvious that few own cars, but we have to not just consider how the majority of the apartment house dwellers would own cars, but the implication on street parking, which my neighbors have already spoken to and that I agree with. Number 3, which hasn't been addressed, in a retirement residence, and this is key, traffic to and from the building is small and it's off-peak. We don't have crowds of cars leaving during high traffic hours. That is the opposite with an apartment house dwelling. In an apartment house dwelling, we're going to have not only exponentially more vehicles, but those vehicles will be coming and going during the most high peak times. And that kind of implication has not been studied in any substantial way. We've talked about the occupancy, the original occupancy being 2 or fewer. In an apartment house dwelling, if we look at the other buildings on Bathurst with multi-generational families and the builder's application to have some 3-bedroom units, it's not inconceivable that you could have 7 to 10 people in some units. We look at the nature of the vehicular traffic in item 4, that as a retirement residence, people aren't in a quote unquote rush. Whereas in apartment house dwelling, people are trying to get to work. There's an urgency, there's more likely to be speeding and therefore accidents. This is a sensitive subject for me because not only am I a resident, I have 4 children, 3 of whom have muscular dystrophy and do not have the reflexes to get up off the ground quickly when they've fallen off their bikes or their skateboards, which has happened. I'm so grateful that I have neighbors currently who are slower and cautious and have actually had to stop their vehicles, help my kids, etc. What will happen to this street when we increase the vehicular traffic without a sidewalk? There is no sidewalk on Bedford Park Avenue, to the amount that an apartment house dwelling would achieve. Where's the safety for the kids who live on the street? Number 5, we know in a retirement residence, there's limited needs for their own laundry facilities. And I bring this up because the developer has in its plans only 1 laundry room on the main floor of the building. And when we think about the longevity of these apartment dwellings, and they will stand erect for a lot longer than a single home will, right? What will happen to that community within the building if it were to be built with this kind of lack of thoughtful planning, having an apartment building of that size with only 1 laundry room on the main floor? It speaks to the need to rethink the design of the building. And number 6, it's a very different use of space. In the retirement residences, you're not having kitchens in each unit, which speaks to the impact on the sewer shed. Whereas in the apartment dwelling, we have the need for not just kitchens, but space for children, community centers, etc. Before I go on to one more item, I'd also like to add that the lack of thought on this development and this quick rush to switch from retirement residence to apartment house dwelling has also meant a lack of thought on how the vehicular traffic will enter and exit the building, placing most of the traffic burden onto Bedford Park Avenue, which is the street without a sidewalk and no traffic calming devices, and only part of the traffic onto Douglas, which in fact has the sidewalk. This is not a well thought plan. So before I conclude, I'd like to share with you a bit of my professional experience. I'm a management consultant with a background in public opinion research, and in many milieus or contexts, I'm considered one of Canada's foremost expert on public opinion with respect to the obligations of government, crown agencies, and quasi-judicial bodies to uphold the public's interest. What does that mean? It means that I'm called upon to help organizations like the Committee of Adjustment understand what are the public's expectations of what you do. And so I would urge members of the committee to really consider this notion of minor and to look at this chart and all of the comments brought up by my very passionate and well-spoken neighbors in considering what will the impact be, not just to this neighborhood where this quote-unquote minor variance to be approved, but what would the impact be to the community?
Excuse me, I asked you to summarize. You passed your 5 minutes already. We have other people to speak.
With appreciation, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry?
I said with appreciation for your time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Hold a second, see if there's any question. Any question for the speaker? No, we have 21 people here to speak, and we need to hear other people too. Okay, thank you. Next is.
I think the next one, Mr. Chair, is Ruth.
Ruth Glickman.
Correct.
Okay. Ruth Glickman, are you there? Ruth Glickman. How about Neil Smiley? Is she there?
Ruth, if you would like to participate, please log off and log back in and reauthorize your microphone. We have unmuted you, but we can't hear you if you're speaking. Mr. Chair, may we go to the next stage or next resident?
So Ruth is not there. So the next is Tina Muhammad. Yeah.
Correct. Tina's next one,
Kumar.
and Tina is not present on the call. She did email me. She said she was on the call, but she couldn't stay on.
Okay,
She had some family commitments.
So Tina is out, yeah?
Correct, but
How about Raymond?
yeah.
Raymond and Raymond Sklar? Raymond Sklar, are you there? Raymond and Carol.
Mr. Chair, Raymond and or Carol are not on the call at this time.
Thank you. Darren Abrahams.
No, Mr. Chair, the area residents Deborah and Darren Abrahams are not on the call at this time.
Okay. Marcy Koifman.
Marcy is present on the call.
Marcy Koifman, could you please identify yourself? Marcy?
Marcy, please stop muting and unmuting yourself. Allow staff to do so.
You're unmuted. Could you tell us your name and your address, please?
Yes, hi, it's Marcy Koisman. I live at 538 Bedford Park Avenue.
Okay, and please tell us what your concern is.
Well, thank you very much today for hearing us. I just, in the interest of time for everyone, I'm just going to reiterate that all my neighbors who've spoken so well have articulated my belief as well, and that this applicant is not minor in nature at all and should go through the proper due process.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very short and concise. Very good. Any question to this speaker? Okay. And the next is Tamara and Michael Gottlieb.
Mr. Chair, we already had them speak.
I'm sorry?
We've already had these two agents or area residents speak. They were listed twice on our sheet.
Which one is that?
The next one you just called Tamara
Yeah.
and Michael. They have already spoken. They were on our sheet twice.
Oh, okay. So Sarah and Matt Lasky.
One moment, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, Sarah or Matt are not on the call at this time.
Thank you. How about Beck Wong?
Mr. Chair and members, Bet was on the call earlier today, but it appears
She's not.
they are no longer on the call. at this
Lori
time.
Manis?
Mr. Chair, members, Lori is not on the call at this time. I'd like to bring to your attention too, though, Bonnie and Jeff Wazer were listed in item number 36. They should have been listed in item number 35.
Oh, so which one is that? What's her name?
Bonnie and Jeffrey Wazer.
Oh, okay. So they're not on, okay.
No, but they are present and they should be speaking on item number 35.
No, but I see them on number 36.
Yeah, so they should be on 35. So we'll have Bonnie speak now.
Oh, I see.
Hello.
Okay. Bonnie and Jeffrey Wasser?
Yes, this is Jeffrey Wasser. Can you hear me?
Yes. Could you please tell us your name and address? And you're for item 35, not for 36, huh?
Yes.
Okay, so please go ahead and tell us what's your concern. Your name and address.
My name is Jeffrey Wasser. I live at 679 Bedford Park. So I'm basically right beside this proposed apartment building. And first of all, I'd like to say that I'm very proud of my neighbors. Some very, very intelligent comments have been made. And I want to agree with everybody that said those comments. And basically, I just want to say that from the traffic perspective, as everybody's indicated, I know now what the traffic is like for me trying to get out of my driveway because I'm very close to Bathurst. And with this new proposal of an apartment building, it's going to be even more and more dangerous. Basically, again, the number of parking spots, I believe, is not sufficient, as people have said, and that's basically what I have to say. I know when I did buy my house back in 2011, I was aware that there was to be a retirement home, and I had no problem with that. Had I realized there was an apartment building, I may have reconsidered, and I think this is going to devalue my land value.
That's it.
I thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for being so concise and complete. So, because we heard a lot about this application, and we'll see if there anybody else,
Mr. Chair, I'm just doing a quick check over to see.
Yeah, see if there is anybody else.
Yeah, we can try Ruth again. No, she's not on properly still.
Okay, so we'll go back to the agent, and then because we have we'll finish this application because some people here. We have some member here that has to leave. So they're finished list, yeah?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think at this point.
Okay, Mr. Brown, could you please come back and address these concerns? A lot of them about the same variances. So
thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I can ask staff to put up the staff report, the planning staff report, and there was also the corrected transportation report, and just to make sure you have them before you. It's interesting to comment about rush. We actually, through the councillor's office, were asked to go to a public information meeting for a new site plan application in 2019. And then we're still asked to complete the site plan process before we had the variance application put forward. Planning staff recommended that they had no objections and reviewed this in detail. They reviewed the variances and they reviewed the use. And the transportation staff asked us to submit reports on the parking because the parking is in fact a standard that's higher than some of the newer standards applied up and down Bathurst Street and most avenues. And we complied with the 0.9. Our parking supply in terms of traffic volume is less by a couple of spaces than what is required in the previous application. We've deleted 45,000 square feet of office uses. And if you remember the first slide I showed you, when the question is, boy, there needs to be an evaluation of whether residential uses make sense. No, there doesn't. And the reason that planning staff and transportation staff have made those conclusions is because the slide I showed you when I did my presentation shows you that Bathurst Street, as we expect, based on the underlying official plan and zoning, permits residential up and down the street. We just happen to have a site-specific use provision because at that time we were going to have office uses, seniors, staff, which would have had arguably more traffic volumes for maintaining a seniors residence and 45,000 square feet of office. So in terms of impacts and evaluation of residential uses, they are permitted up and down Bathurst Street in every single apartment building you see there. In terms of the comments about the site plan process, we had a public meeting and provided materials when, as you're aware, site plan's not before you, but in any event, it's not typically a public process. The councillor asked us to do it and we did it. We had that meeting. In terms of the comment that was made, Mr. Smiley said, look, there's a widening that's requested for an alignment in terms of the traffic of Covington and Douglas and how it works with that light. That wasn't something my client said, we'd like to give you more land, which gives rise to a variance. We were asked to, in fact, told to, as a condition of site plan approval, you got to give up this land because we need to improve the workings of the intersection. This is not something we asked for, but I can't very well say no on behalf of my client to what the city asked for as a condition of site plan approval. Again, not before you, but it's an obvious statement, I guess, that Mr. Smiley acknowledged, but almost as if this is something we are doing. No, we're not. We're accommodating an improvement to safety in the area for that intersection, not something that we have any say in. So finally, I guess I would say to you, all the comments about intensity of use, capacity in the area, parkland and the like, dealt with over a decade ago. There's nothing new that arises from this change of the internal workings of the building at all, or the parking, which is a couple of spaces less, and reviewed by our engineer, submitted to the city. And there was, yes, they read your report that was submitted in error that came out that said, oh, defer it. And then they said, oh, shoot, we had all that information. Not to mention the fact that we comply with the new standards. So this is an application. I understand that people didn't like the application 11 years ago. It's not changed. So I understand they still might not like the built form, but it was approved, and it was approved by council, and the internal changing and operation of the building is not in any way changing, as planning staff and transportation staff noted, the appropriateness of residential uses on Bathurst amongst residential uses. Thank you.
Okay. Any question for this speaker? No questions? Okay. If there is no questions, I need a motion. So, because we have to move after, oh boy, I had two motions here. Okay, Miss Atarode.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair. I carefully listened to the applicant and all the explanation. I read the staff report, and also I listened to all the 21st residents who talk. And although when I first look at the application and the agent explained that for example, the fourth variance is because they widening the street and the building is exactly what they have been approved long time ago. But for me, the variance number one itself, it's not minor. I mean, and also, although the applicant mentioned that they do communicate with all the neighbors and all the residents, but I believe that all these 21 residents who come and speak, they definitely didn't get enough information as they want, or there should be or there might be a misunderstanding here or miscommunication here. Therefore, the application which is right in front of me, I don't believe it's minor. Therefore, my motion will be to refuse this application.
Motion to refuse, second. We have second. Mr. Klassen, second. All in favor? Opposed? Here again. You want me to work, eh? Okay. I asked originally the applicant about the number of the units because he was conflicting, and we asked to put the staff report. The staff report said the maximum permitted number of dwelling units is 180, and the proposed maximum number of dwelling units is 178, exactly apple to apple. But when we get the public notice, like the use is a little bit different, and it said like the use was a little bit different. As far as the parking, so we see the use and the parking. That's the main thing I see between the two. So, having said that, I looked into the staff report and the regarding the application, and regarding the transportation and parking. There was one report on October 28th. They said to defer the application, and October 29, they said no objection. And the staff report, for the first time I see, they started and they said no objection. So based on that, I will not move to reject the application, and I need another motion. Can I have another motion? Mr. Bartolo?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate all of the local residents who have come out to speak about this issue today, and I understand their concerns with it. And I understand some of the issues, especially relating to traffic and change of use. I do feel, however, that there's a bit of blame being laid on the project and on the developer for things that are not their fault, such as lack of sidewalks in the area or realignment of streets, which is beyond their control. That being said, I do believe that the apartment use is in keeping with the general intent of the neighborhood. I think that up and down Bathurst Street, apartment dwelling uses are permitted and appropriate. And based on those, I'd like to put forward a motion to approve this application.
Was there any, there was no condition, huh? No. Okay, do I have a second? Ms. Sankar, all in favor? Opposed? Two opposing. Okay, so based on the motion here, I see the again from what the member was saying, plus the fact that there were lots of problems about the trees and the contamination of the soil and all those, which are not the purview of this committee. In this committee, we have strictly the variances. We look at the variances, we look at the reports, and it fits, and therefore I move to join the motion and approve the application. So your application is approved, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. Appreciate it.
Item number 36, which is 675 Bedford Park Avenue. And here we have
Mr. Chair, you'll note the last two member area residents on for item number 36 should have been for item number 35. So it's just the area resident and one agent.
Cross them out, yeah.
Sweet.
I crossed that one out. We have the agent and one speaker, right? Very good. Okay, David Smith, are you there?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Smith, 401 Cumberland Road, Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you. So we have one more speaker here, so please make a short presentation, then we go back to you. We'll come back to you.
Okay, before you is a very straightforward application for a carport. We're seeking two minor variances. I think it's fair to say that this meets the 4 tests. We've worked with city planning to ensure that they support it. We are comfortable with their condition that they're asking to tie it to the drawings, should you wish to approve it. For the sake of expediency, I'll leave it at that. I know that I can rebut, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Yeah, we have here Randy Satok. Are you there? Or Satok? Yeah, Randy, are you there?
Yes, I'm.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here. I have nothing to say.
Please, your name and address, please, for us first.
No, my name is Randy Satok. I'm at 671 Bedford Park, and I have nothing to say.
You have nothing to say? Okay, so you're here because you came here.
I just wanted to be sure it stayed the same. I'm fine. I just wanted to listen, but I'm fine.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So, Mr. Smith, David Smith, Mr. Smith,
Yes.
the only speaker we have here, she listened to you and she has nothing to say. So, any question to this speaker? No? If not, can I have a motion, please? Mr. Bartolo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pretty straightforward application. I think the neighbor has no issues with it, so I'm going to put forward a motion to approve this application, subject that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan submitted to the Committee of Adjustment as attached in attachment 1 of this report.
Thank you. Second? Ms. Sankar, all in favor? Okay, so your application is approved subject to the condition of the staff to build per site plan.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Item number 37, which is 20 Greymar Avenue, application number 20. Sorry, number 37, which is 20 Greymar Avenue. And here we have, what do we have here? Greymar. Yeah, Gabriel Guiducci.
Yes, speaking. This is Gabriel Guiducci. I'm the designer and agent for the owners of 20 Greymar.
Thank you. And yeah, so we there's only you here. We have, this is 11 variances. Staff report, there's a condition. Transportation, no objection. And you have now letters of support. So, and there is there is forestry condition. Members, do we need the presentation? No? Okay. Sir, we don't need a presentation. Do you want to say something before we move to the decision?
No.
Oh, thank you. Okay. If there is no question, can I have a motion then, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I do believe that this application is minor and does meet the 4 tests upon review. I'll motion to approve this application. I'll make it subject to number 1, forestry, and then number 2, the October 27th staff recommendation that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the north elevation and south elevation drawings submitted to Committee of Adjustments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Second, Mr. Bartolo, all in favor? Okay, so, sir, your application unanimously approved, subject to the condition of the staff and subject to forestry.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
You too. Now, the number 38, which is 29 Tallwood Drive, application number 38. And here we have Tom Sprague. Tom Sprague, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Please state your name and address for the records here so they can record it.
Yes, my name's Tom Sprague from Sprague and Company Architects.
Thank
and
you.
Our address is 156 Duncan Mill Road here in Toronto.
Thank you. Okay, we have here, this is a new dwelling, 6 variances. There is conditions of the staff report has some conditions, and TRC report no objection, just to permits and so on. So, members, do we need a presentation? No? Okay. Sir, we don't need a presentation. Do you want to say something, or we move on to the decision?
Yes, I would like to just say very briefly, I know it's the last one, but I would like to just give a little background on this. The owners purchased the house in 2019 and with the idea of building a new home. And as you know, we were before the committee, well, a year ago, really, we deferred it at that time because TRCA, Toronto Region Conservation, had some questions they wanted clarified. So we did further studies, and now they're happy with location, it fits within their requirements, and as evidenced by their letter that they have no objections to the variances before you. I just want to make one thing. The existing house right now is very unique. It's up on a hill. I'd sent a photo through, but climbing up the steps in the winter when it's icy and snow is virtually exceedingly dangerous. So one of the concepts of our new home is that we will connect the garage, which is way down at the bottom at street level, to the existing house underground to take away that danger. That drives a couple of the variances. For the length variance, because it's taken from the front of the garage to the end of the house, and the actual house on the hill is actually 15 meters or so. So that's sort of a bit of a background on that. I would say also that the owners have really worked really closely with the adjacent neighbors. You have 2 letters of support from both the immediate neighbors on each side. My feeling is that what's being proposed here is in my opinion, very reasonable, minor, and appropriate, and importantly as well, the neighbors on each side are certainly supportive.
That's it?
Yes, I think that gives a bit of a background overview of it. Yeah.
Okay. Questions from the staff for the members? Any question? No? Can I have a motion then, please? Ms. Matarodi?
Yes. Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application. And I would like to also put the staff recommended condition that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the building length and front yard setback as shown on the site plan drawing attached to this report. Also, the proposal be developed substantially according with the building height as shown on the west front and south side elevation drawing attached as an attachment number 2 and 3. And that's the motion.
Thank you. Second, Ms. Sankar, all in favor? Okay, your application, sir, is approved subject to those conditions, okay?
Great, thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
You can take the rest of the afternoon off.
Good afternoon. Can I have a motion to terminate, please?
Motion to terminate.
Ms. Sankar, second. Ms. Satarodi, all in favor? Okay, so you're the terminated at 5:40, huh?
Mr. Chair, 5:43.
5:43. Thank you.
Great job, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Have a good night. Bye.